Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. Yay, it's Wednesday, and I'm trying to do a Wednesday broadcast. And believe me, in the shape I'm in right now, it ain't easy. But just give me a little bit here, and we'll set ourselves up. Yeah, we're still settling in, having just got home from hospital, and I've got coffee spilled all over my writing surface here. So give me a little. Oh, give me a little time. My neck hurts. Oh boy, does it ever hurt. There we are. Let me get some paper towels. I will wipe up the coffee that spilled all over this thing. And I'll send out some links. How's that sound? I hope you kind of like that. I see that. Oh, says two people says they're watching already. I think I'm one of them. Este Petranda, what is you got? Oh, Hello Kitty. It's a kitty. Oh, so I'll go back. Yay, and there's Mage. Oh, testa tabajoda polocopoti antayagaravasente yaganimina. Let me get paper towels. I'll be right back. Oh my. Oh, Goo Goo. Goo Goo and Gigi. Oh, Debelaga. Oh, look at there. There you go. We got. Oh my, we got towels of the paper variety. Osta. Metra da balakese ete beton tutori baraganini. Yeah, we got a whole bunch of news for those of you who haven't heard it yet. So we will. Oh God, everything's all wet from coffee. We will do that to getting to making. Oh, Idya poo poo. Idya poo poo and the poo poo pee pee. Oh God, it hurts. Oh God, don't get old, any of you. Just don't do it. Don't get old. Don't get broken. Destrandayaka. Working on this. When the hell was it that? When the hell was it that I was released from hospital? I think it was Saturday. Mm. Oh God, I hurt. I hurt. I hurt. I hurt. I hurt. I hurt. But I'll be putting on my horse collar, provided ever so kindly by the Savage Minnow, who plans to be back. Okay, there we are. Because let me take care of this. For those of you who haven't heard the news, the medical personnel are afraid that I may have some heart problems. They want to do a heart catheterization on Monday. Okay, now all I have to do is warm up the neck. To which point I obtained some blood work earlier today. They want some numbers. They want to make sure everything's good to run a guide wire up, I guess, the brachial vein. Take some picking chores and determine whether or not I need a stent. So we'll see what happens there. That's supposed to be Monday. And the minnow is planning to be here on Monday to take me back home from that procedure. Yes, dear, what? I spend more time away from here than I do around you, don't I? Okay. Let me find invite. There we go. Okay, we're going to copy. We're going to go there's Twatter. Oh, okay, that looks good. Okay, we're going to paste there. All right, Mage. See if Mom NATO's looking in. Oh, God, it hurts. Oh, God, I'm in pain. Okay, there's... Out to the Mom NATO. Paste. Daddy's on the egg thing. Oh, God. Ow. And then this goes to the Kate. All right, we should have some invitations sent. Scented. Oh, God, I'll just hang by for a little while and see what we got. Oh, look. Hello, dear. How are you?
I'm doing okay.
Oh, yay.
There we are.
Oh, my word. I am in pain.
Oh. Have you tried just not being old?
I don't know. I think it's a little late for that. I think it's more than a little late. Where did I put my headset? So I can minimize. Yes, dear.
And you'll probably be hearing my bird in the background since I've got him out.
Squawk, squawk, squawk. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. Oh. Oh, hey, it's the purple. Oh, yay. Let me go get my headset. I'll be right back. Oh, or I could put a cat on my ears. Where is... There's the Pegasus Let's. And within the Pegasus Let's ought to be the headsets Let's. So what has the mage been up to?
Not much. It's kind of relaxing today, mostly. I was
Hey,
on Purple's channel earlier.
yep. I forget. Were we there together?
Yes.
Okay. Wait a minute. Where did the headset go? Is jeez. I still haven't found standard places to store everything. So maybe the headset is in my backpack. Oh, everything is all a mess. Well, you actually have no idea how much a mess it is.
You should see my place.
Well, you've got an excuse. Ah,
Well, so do you.
yeah, but mine isn't quite as dramatic as yours. You have high winds, you know.
I know I'd say being in the hospital for a few weeks counts as being in
Oh,
pain most of the time. Otherwise,
oh, jeez. Being in pain in hospital, I swear, those people certainly appear to enjoy keeping me in pain.
so the Tylenol didn't do anything, huh?
No, no, it's a joke. I mean, what I really need, and no, I'm not being dramatic, I'm not kidding or anything like that. I need something on the order of methadone.
I believe you.
It would be heroin, but for the fact that I can't metabolize the stuff. Oh, somebody's. Oh, look who's there. Hello, my
Hey.
dear.
Yeah, you realize I've been sitting backstage for like 5 minutes, right?
Oh, man. Well, I've been being, what's the word? Disorganized.
Hmm. So, hi.
Hello.
Oh, dear. How are you? How are
Say
you?
hi to the Kate.
I'm all right.
Mhm.
Okay. That's
So I'm figuring out this thing is something to talking to, huh? My bird's out.
Oh.
okay. It goes
Am I the only one who heard that as being mildly filthy? My bird's out.
You're a child. You know that, right?
Yeah, complete and totally. But, it's part of my charm.
yeah, actually. Oh my! Now I can get my horse collar back out. Or wait a minute. No, not yet. No, 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 no. Get a cup of coffee first. Cup of cat juice.
Cat juice?
Oh, freshly squeezed cat juice.
Oh, okay.
Where's Jed? Where Jed put the damn coffee cup? God, Clarion. We're an absolute mess, Clarion.
Hmm.
No more pets.
So, what's new?
Okay.
Quickly, someone be interesting.
Well, I just might grow me some beans. But I leave the sweet stuff for somebody else. But then
Okay.
and I would keep
So, Diana's having a stroke. What about the rest of you?
Yeah, not much going on.
flawless. Swish it around.
I'm doing some revisions on well, one shot now because the other one's already rendering. For Quinn Redshift, I wasn't super proud of one or two shots, so I'm giving them a slight redo.
Okay, there's there.
Nothing, major. Just a little tweak.
There.
I already completed another shot earlier today, so
That's good.
yeah. I'm really close. I'm on page 41 of 43 right now. So, shot number, what was it, 751, I think? Or sorry, no, 451. What the hell am I saying? 700. What's wrong with me?
Oh.
But yeah, so don't prove well over here.
All right. Now we can hear you guys.
Can I?
Hello.
Hello. And I spilled coffee all over my headset, so it's nice and warm.
Yeah, that'll be cold and sticky in a little bit.
Yeah. What are you doing?
I'm giggle snorting at something childish. What do you think I'm doing?
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, you have to admit that was pretty childish.
Yes. Oh, there we are. All right. Wait a minute. Loggity Shmoo wants to know what you know about Tron Identity coming out next year.
I don't know. I don't know anything about it, but I have a feeling it's gonna suck.
Probably taking off of the last movie.
Yep.
Oh man, it's just there ain't nothing like the original, huh?
Well, see, that's why I hate like remakes, redos, reimaginings, etc., because they always end up eclipsing the first one, the one that people like.
Okay, yeah.
That's why I'm against them, is like, I still really enjoyed the first movie, and now it's like, oh well, sorry, it's a thing of the past, fuck off.
I hate
It's
that
like I
mentality.
think there should be some rule where it's like you're not allowed to remake anything until the generation that was 5 years old when it was released is dead.
I like it. I like the idea. Sure. Yeah.
Thank you, Duncan. Didn't ask for that.
What are you doing, honey? What are you reaching for?
All right.
Kitty is always reaching for something.
Good bird. I got him to do a trick. He's going to get his reward.
Oh, my research is complete, huh?
Playing Surviving Mars there?
Trying.
Oh, oh. Well, that's cool. I mean, are you having difficulties or are you just having
I'm
fun?
having, well, I'm having all sorts of difficulties because my brain is so disorganized.
Oh,
Um, Trying to learn all of the ways to do things, the command sequences, and trying
huh.
to figure out the things that have to be done. I think this is about the ninth time I've restarted.
Yeah, it took me a little while to figure it out because I was so used to Master of Orion 2, where honestly, the player or empire or whatever that builds up the biggest, most powerful technological base first is pretty much guaranteed to win. So I like actually, well, it's kind of weird. I would do it backwards. I would put all of my workers like I would have bonuses in workers rather than researchers,
Okay.
but then I would build absolutely every last research facility possible so that the researchers I did have were cranking out invention after invention after invention to the point where the other empires just couldn't stand against me because they couldn't even damage my ships through my shields, right?
Okay.
So now surviving Mars is not like that. Surviving Mars is much more of a marathon than a sprint. I mean, you're not really competing against anything, and really, the best idea is to manage the size of your colonies rather than trying to like build something to fit the colony you want or even the colony you have. Like you don't want to import as many new citizens as you possibly can right away. It will end in disaster.
Mhm. The thing I tried to do was get ahead on researching and building before I even started importing people. And then when I landed the rocket, it told me that I had a, drone problem, and I guess it couldn't unload the drone. Something about too low. I don't know
Too
what that.
low? What do you
Yeah, I don't know if
like
this.
literally like height was too low?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
Could
do
it
you
be?
remember the exact wording?
I believe the exact wording was too low. I'm probably wrong on that one.
I would absolutely need more context because I don't think I've
Yeah,
ever seen anything that just said the two words too low. Like if
yeah.
there was, if there was anything more, if you can recite it verbatim, let me know. But that doesn't sound like
Uh,
a message that I've ever seen.
I'll try eventually, but the only thing I can think of is that as I was researching and building, I was acquiring items, and my springs were actually giving out. You know, one of those deals, the suspension systems.
What?
Uh,
That didn't make a lick of sense. What you just said.
okay, when you put too many items in a truck,
Yeah.
its springs compress and compress and compress until the bottom of the body is scraping the road. And I wonder if that's
Yeah.
what happened to me.
Okay, that's not a thing that happens in Surviving Mars, so maybe
Oh,
you should be a bit
okay.
more specific.
I
Because it
wasn't
sounds like you're
able.
trying to be metaphorical here.
No, I was trying to be literal, but I guess it doesn't happen. So I was wrong. Uh,
What? Well, because I don't think that that's a function that Surviving Mars does. So I don't know what you're trying to say.
well, what I'm trying to say is that the drones were not even able to leave the rocket.
Yeah.
That's all I can say. You've told me that the other thing I was saying is not something that happens. So there's no use in saying it.
Okay. We've been talking past each other this whole time, I feel.
Okay. Something I was doing was not working. I don't know what it was. I didn't know how to fix it, so I restarted.
Hmm.
After spending a day and a half building and researching.
Well, see that's part of what I find mildly bogglesome is if you were building, you already had drones.
Well, maybe not building, maybe researching and scanning. That's what I was doing.
Okay.
Scanning sectors. Bouche moi.
Honestly, there isn't much reason to dawdle when it comes to starting a colony. I thought there was for a while, kind of doing what you were doing, just building up a double wide buttload of tech before I started trying to do anything. It doesn't really help.
Okay. Ah, what do we have here? It is
Hello,
the
Purple.
purple. Hi, dear. How you doing?
Hello.
Oh,
Yeah.
I will sit with you if you don't mind me eating while I'm in stream.
Oh, eat away. Jeez.
Yeah.
Well, the important thing I have found out about that is that when eating in stream, it is important to mute your mic.
Just a smidge.
Well, especially if you're eating corn chips,
Well, actually, no matter what you're eating, and maybe it has to do with that there are so many autistic people in my particular audience, but it seems to be triggering for a lot of autistic people to hear people chewing.
Believe me, I've been having argument after argument with my dad about that. He chews, and it sounds like someone's slogging through mud in boots. It's disgusting. And both he and my mom deny that they are just like loud, squidgy chewers. And I've snuck up behind them with my phone and recorded, and they still deny it. And I'm just like, dude,
sure.
just like fucking eat in another room.
It's like Aaron Ra and his parents. It doesn't say that. Well, here it is. It doesn't say that.
One of my foster brothers was a very loud snorer. So one time we recorded him snoring, and we played it back at the exact same volume, and he could not sleep through it.
Okay, then. It's really interesting.
So he finally got the point of why people were complaining about it.
It's really interesting the way sensory input shuts off when you're asleep. But it seems to do that selectively.
Well,
yeah, mine doesn't.
It's probably for the best if it does. I mean, let's face it, if touch wakes you up too easily, you're just going to be in and out of sleep constantly.
Yeah.
Right. That is why I am in and out of sleep constantly, is because I can shut down all my senses except my hearing. So if any noise changes, I'm aware of it, and I have to be consciously awake until I can identify what the noise is.
Oh, no.
Now, apparently I sleep the sleep of the dead, but getting to sleep is often quite the chore.
Okay.
And it's not insomnia. It's often like, what is that ticking sound?
Oh, yeah, that's the bomb under your bed. Yeah.
No, but I mean, seriously, it's like, why am I hearing this noise?
Mm-hmm.
There's a noise. I'm hearing it. Oh, excuse me. There's a noise. I'm hearing it. I can't hear anything else. I can't go to sleep until I turn off whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah. Well, and my hearing is quite acute. That the situation when we were in Michigan, the wall of my bedroom was the back of Sloth Girl's living room. So at the times when I was laying there awake, I could tell you which toy her cat was playing with.
Okay.
Pretty good at telling which cat is the one that just jumped up on the bed.
Okay, yeah.
I found that's much easier when there's only one cat in the house.
Well, I've got two, so...
Yeah. I would like to have more than one. I think I should get him another one.
I keep thinking that too.
Surprisingly, when we came in late last night, it looked like they may have actually been playing together. That Sammy may have finally gotten the idea that she's going to play and she's not really trying to hurt him. And that would be wonderful if that has finally gotten through.
Well, Xander and Columbia had some getting used to be doing with Columbia in the Cone of Shame. They like seriously. As soon as she came home, Xander was hissing at her, and the vet said it was probably because he doesn't like the smell of all of the medicines and stuff. You know, they seem to have established a kind of like, okay, this is the new norm for a while. You know, I'm looking forward to getting Columbia out of that damn thing.
I heard that she was wearing the cone. I didn't hear why.
Yeah, she had an abscess and it just puffed up her cheek and she was scratching at it and left like this gigantic gash on her face. They think it might have been like the abscess might have been caused by some tartar under one of her teeth, but they're not sure. So I took her to the vet. They drained it. Cost like almost $600. She's lucky I love her. You know, so yeah, that's been. You know, I've had to swab it out. I've had to give her medicine with syringes and stuff, and she doesn't like it one tiny bit. So,
Kate, have you considered getting the vet insurance for your cats?
I have.
Okay, years ago when I had more money, I had the Banfield insurance for our cats and our dog, which resulted in the cats having better medical insurance than I did. It was about $30 a month for them.
Well, considering the way vet bills can run, $30 a month is actually not all that bad.
Well, yeah, pretty much the first time one of them needed x-rays, it pretty much paid for what it cost for the whole year of insurance.
Okay.
Well, regardless, I'm really hoping that you know, everything will be okay soon. Columbia has to be in that thing for 2 weeks, so you know that's like tomorrow plus another Thursday.
Okay. Another alternative I've seen for cats that instead of the cone of shame, I've seen several people that they were wearing those stuffed donut pillows around their neck. And that keeps them from scratching and is much more comfortable for them to sleep on.
Oh, speaking of pillows.
I mean, I will say, though, that Columbia, the real thing is I want her to be able to see behind herself because she left an absolutely unholy mess in the bathroom, you know, and on her own backside when she tried to use the litter box. And she really wasn't able to, you know, see behind herself what she was doing. And cleaning that up was no fun at all. Like I said, she's lucky I love her.
Well, like I said, ask your vet if maybe a donut pillow instead of the cone would be okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, May, speaking of pillows, I found that cushion you gave me.
Yeah, good.
So I'll try it out soon enough.
Yeah, like I said in the instruction there, you put it on and then inflate it.
Okay, then.
Don't know if it'll help or not, but it's worth a shot.
Yeah, why not? Thank you.
I don't know. Whenever people say they're going to do something soon enough, I want to know how they're so sure.
I don't know that one, but the one that really burns my foo-foo is when they say they're going to do something momentarily.
All right.
They mean presently. Because momentarily means on, off, on, off.
Well, it means that way with switches, but did it mean that way before we had electronics? What is the more archaic meaning of it from, say, 100 years ago?
Not sure. I do not know these things. Or is I do not do these things to not to knowing. There is on the egg.
Oh,
Okay,
and I
there.
am definitely sick, and I am definitely contagious. And I have to go out tomorrow because there were medications at the pharmacy that they did not allow me to pick up before we left.
Did not allow?
Well, you know, they were giving me 6 different reasons why each one of them wasn't ready.
Oh,
You know, it's like I went to get them on Friday, and they said they were waiting for a doctor's approval. I went back on Monday. They said the insurance said it was too early, even though the date on the bottle said otherwise. Yeah, it was like that. I went back for them 3 times, and each time they gave me a different excuse why they couldn't give them to me.
God, it sounds like me with the opiates. Yeah, I couldn't get a single reason until they finally gave it to me.
These medications they wouldn't let you pick up. Were they the sort of thing that the right wing would get huffy about, or were they just actually that busy?
Some of them were the injection supplies, but most of them were, you know, more mundane things.
Gotcha.
What I've been having a big problem with is that they keep telling me that the very basic stuff like the needles and syringes, they seem to always be out of stock every time I need to refill them.
Oh, that's all the heroin addicts coming in to stock up, right?
One would presume so.
Yeah, and well, I always run into a problem with those because they try to tell me that they can only fill them once a month, but the prescription is actually written not for a month, but for 4 weeks. So that date is going to drift every time they refill it.
Yes. I believe a month is what, 4 weeks and 3 days?
Yeah, about that. You know, so it's not like a 30 or 31 day prescription, it's a 28-day prescription.
Yeah.
So, yeah, every month I'm going to go in there 2 or 3 days earlier to get it refilled.
I think they do that intentionally. Just to piss everybody off.
Well, it seems like it's working.
It is annoying as hell.
I would imagine that hell, if it existed, would be so much worse than just annoying.
I don't know, you know, and for everything the Christians say about hell, I still can't imagine it would be significantly worse than a family reunion.
Well, it is where you'll find everybody who knows how to have a good time.
Yeah.
Oh, that or everything's spelled wrong. You have to hang out with Shatner.
Ugh. Yeah, that would be just thank you, but no. I will skip it. Do not want. 0 stars. Would not recommend.
Well, you know, the Hindus are kind of in agreement with the atheist on that. You know, don't they have the concept that when you reach fulfillment, you will be in nirvana, a state of blissful non-existence?
Yeah, something like that.
How can non-existence be blissful?
Well, you would never be in pain again, for one thing.
Yeah, but
Sign me up.
Bliss is not just the absence of pain. Bliss is more than that. Bliss implies extreme happiness.
I don't know. Maybe you'd be
Okay, so maybe it's just a state of eternal contentment.
I can handle that.
Maybe you'd be in a blissful state on the way there, and then once you got there, you wouldn't know anything, and the last thing you would have known would have been extreme happiness.
Actually, that was an idea I came to near the end of my pagan run. was
Okay.
that, well, maybe heaven is basically, well, whatever afterlife is basically generated by your own brain.
Mm-hmm.
That whatever are your final thoughts just before you die, that's where you dwell for all eternity.
It's a Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
So, well, if you believe you're going to heaven, you are. If you think you might go to hell, you've probably screwed yourself.
Hmm. So that's the thing is like when it comes to that sort of like, afterlife-y stuff, I do have wishes, but not beliefs. If you see the difference.
Yeah,
Oh
same.
yeah.
I'd really like it. I mean, come on, it'd be nice if there was an afterlife in many ways, but it'd be nice if it was a certain way, this afterlife.
Well, I've always felt reincarnation made the most sense. And I think it is the way I'd like to go. That basically, assuming you have a soul, okay, your body wears out, your body dies, they take the soul back, they scrub it clean, and they stick it in a new body.
Okay, here's the thing that's always bothered me about reincarnation. Every reincarnation idea, story, whatever, always assumes you'll be reincarnated right the fuck back on Earth.
Mine don't.
The bajillions of worlds out there, you will never end up on one of those. You will always reincarnate, even if not as human, at least as something from Earth.
Yeah, actually, in my case, I had believed I had 4 former lives, and one of them was definitely not on Earth. And I always felt that was the reason why those dreams seemed so surreal, because I felt I just no longer had the cultural context to understand what I was seeing.
Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra.
Yeah, but I was like a fighter pilot on some alien planet.
Well, hell, I've had that dream.
Yeah, well, for you that would be
Almost
normal.
there.
For me, it wasn't.
I was
The
dreaming I
other
was
thing that
buying
has
pants.
bothered me about reincarnation, though, is that most people, almost everybody, believes they were someone famous.
Yeah.
And
Oh, that's one of the
statistically,
things-
only so many people could have been Cleopatra.
Well, that's one of the things I love so much about Red Dwarf. They have that one episode where Rimmer is saying that he went to a psychic who said that he'd had a former life as what was it, Alexander the Great's chief eunuch.
Yeah.
It's like okay, adjacent to celebrity, I suppose.
Yeah, none of mine were ever anyone famous. The one I had the most information with that really filled out was being a British sailor in World War II. So not anybody famous. I was one of 1,000 grunts prepping the planes.
No, I have never had any dream that was even remotely like that. I've had a lot of sort of vaguely science fiction-y dreams. That's about it. It's like I've never had a dream where some part of me went, aha, a former life. It's never been part of it. It's never happened. I mean, it's not like I'm in control of my dreams. I can't make it happen. If I did, it wouldn't be real. But I don't know. I've just never had that experience. I guess that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Yep. Well, the one that struck me about the World War II one was just really how totally obscure it turned out to be.
What do you mean?
Well, it was the HMS Unicorn, which was built to be, it wasn't actually supposed to be an aircraft carrier. It was supposed to be an aircraft maintenance ship. So it was only supposed to be support and backup, but it got shoved into frontline service after the Japanese had sunk a couple of British carriers. So it's like it wasn't even supposed to be in the fighting.
I'm not even supposed to be here today.
I'm a mechanic, not a warrior.
It's almost a shame I don't have a webcam right at this time, and considering he's sitting here with his tongue hanging out at one side, getting his beak scratched.
Mm.
That'd be cute.
You know,
Sammy, of course, is thrilled to death that I am back in my chair and he can sleep on my leg again.
it's funny, like when I've never seen anybody, I've only ever heard their voice and seen their avatar. I tend to develop a mental image of what they might look like. And um I've never seen Mage.
It's true.
And I'm sure my mental image is completely incorrect, but it's there.
Oh, what
Yeah.
you got?
We all do that.
Oddly enough, Purple, you looked so close to my mental image from your voice. It's kind of scary.
I don't remember when was the last time you saw me live, so I don't know.
It was quite some time ago. I'm thinking about the first time I saw you.
Back when I still had the full beard.
Yes. And I haven't seen if that has changed, by the way. I haven't seen it.
Well, I've seen you from the neck down when you were over Diana's at one point.
Right. That was the last time I had any visual contact whatsoever.
Yep. Well, yeah, well, the beard is definitely gone. I'm trying to make that permanent, but I can't afford it. It's a pain in the ass to aftershave every day.
I think you might be doing it wrong.
No. Part of the problem is, do you know how long it takes to literally shave from your nose all the way down to your toes?
A little bit. My ancestors were Italian. Go on.
Well, that's just part of it, just
Mm.
I have to shave areas that people aren't aware they have body hair.
Ah. Well, all right.
It takes a lot of time, and I've been going through a lot of razor blades.
Well, that's the damn thing, and I don't care what they say. Razor blades cost too damn much.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Well, the worst part of it is, though, that you're trying to get a close enough shave that's going to stay smooth all day. But, if I get just even one little nick, then I won't wind up with scabs on my face, and that doesn't look good either.
Right. Yeah, I mean, when you're talking $2 a blade or something like that, you really don't want the necessity of changing them every time you shave. But that's what happens most of the time.
Well, the ones I'm using now that I found, the best ones I found are from Gillette. And fortunately, I've been able to find them in larger bulk packs. But even that, it comes to, it's a pack of 12 blades for $40.
Yeah, Gillette's expensive.
There are a
12
lot of
for
things that
40.
honestly,
Yep.
it feels like they ought to be the kinds of things where, they're just provided free of charge. Tampons, for example.
Yeah,
The UK just did that like a year or so ago. That the UK just made, well, they took off the tax on tampons. And
Well,
they did start a
even
program so that they were available for low-income women.
I mean, it's like, you can't help needing them.
Yeah.
right.
It's
right.
kind
Oh,
of
I totally
seriously,
agree.
like toilet paper ought to just be free.
Dollar General used to sell some razors that were pretty good, but unfortunately, they seem to have stopped since the pandemic.
Yeah, the person who's in some really, really sad shape is the homeless woman, with no income, who's bleeding into her crotch every 4 weeks.
I have known women in that situation and heard all about how they have to try and make their own tampons from taking the paper towels in public restrooms.
Yeah.
I don't even want to think about what it was like, in the Middle Ages or whatever. I mean, I've read a few things, and it's just horrific.
Well, especially before linen became cheap, I don't know what they used.
Yeah.
When linen rags started to be a cheap thing, at least they had that, and they just had to wash them out. But that's also why people did not live as long as they do now. Because if you have to wash that stuff out and you don't have bleach and you have to stick it up inside someplace that's prone to infection.
Hello, Wanderer. How are you?
Hey, Wanderer. Yeah, no, but I found the. I used to buy the cheap razors thinking that, okay, even if I had to replace them 3 times as often, they were still cheaper.
No.
But, well, that's why I've settled on the Gillette Fusion ones, because it does make a difference, and these are about the only ones that I can consistently shave myself without cutting myself all the time.
That's the whole thing. Yeah, the expense of going to A&E, good old accident and an emergency, for all the ripping up of your face you do with the cheap blades, more than offsets whatever you save in the price.
Yeah.
Menstruating women in the medieval era also made tampons by wrapping wool or cotton around wood and twigs.
Oh. Aha. Yeah, I really didn't want to know.
Yeah. Excuse me. I am glad that I'm missing that part of being a woman.
Yes, same here. Same here.
Of course, my problem is that at the age I'm transitioning, my body is so confused because it can't figure out if I'm going through puberty or menopause.
Yeah.
Possibly both.
Puberpause.
There you go.
Well, I had a weird puberty anyway. My puberty did pause.
Oh.
It started out normally when I was like 14. And I got up to 16, and it seemed to just kind of stop there. And then it didn't really finish until I was in my mid-30s.
Weird.
Like I didn't have facial hair until I was 33.
Wow. Yeah, I had, I guess, more like a girl's puberty. It started early, ran hard and heavy, finished early. I was at my adult dimensions by the age of what? I think 12.
Yeah, well, like 14 through 16, my voice cracked. I got the growth spurt that I got like 5 inches taller, all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But just some parts of it never seemed to finish.
I was singing bass at 8.
Puberty feels kind of like a blur in many ways. I don't know.
Hey,
I remember
Skids.
like less of the physical part of it and more of the like social parts of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I went through the acne phase as a teenager, too.
All of that.
We've got Skids Crasher on the side now, too.
Yeah, my voice went deep around 13 or 14, and then I had acne until 18.
Ugh.
Well, I remember for me that started
actually
cracking when I was 13 or 14, because I actually was involved in the school plays and that a lot then.
I was thankfully spared most of the acne issues. Like, obviously I got a pimple or two, but, I wasn't like total pizza face the way some people.
Yeah. In 7th and 8th grade, my voice was so erratic that they could not give me a speaking part in any of the plays. So what I wound up doing instead is I was responsible for all the animal impersonations.
Like Snoopy in the Charlie Brown Christmas.
Yep. Yeah, anytime they needed an animal, I had to go find a recording and figure out how to duplicate it. Oh, Sammy looks like he's having a bad dream. He's getting
Not
all
as easy back
twitchy.
then.
What's that?
Not as easy to find a recording back then.
It wasn't hard for me because I love nature documentaries. So most of the stuff, I had heard at some point. I mean, I really grew up on the, mostly PBS, but also the Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom.
Oh, man. Good old Marlon Perkins and Jim Fowler.
And, of course, Jacques Cousteau.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that.
Bobcat and Dedko loved all that stuff, so I got to watch a whole shitload of it.
I loved it, too, and it was one of the things that my late fiance and I bonded on, was we loved watching nature documentaries together. And just seeing all the bizarre forms of life that are on this planet. And it's like, it's kind of pissing me off now with YouTube. Because for my novel, I keep coming up with like bizarre animals for other planets. And then somebody like Bree will come along and tell me, but there's already an animal like that.
Yeah.
Don't
It's
worry
like
about it.
there is so much on this planet already. I can't come up with something more bizarre than what nature has already tried.
Yeah, I've actually been running into that problem myself because I, want to continue Quinn Redshift as a graphic novel when the animation is done, and I've been trying to come up with aliens that have enough of a face that you can tell what they're feeling from their expression, but which nevertheless don't look like something that's been kit bashed together from animals on Earth. It's like, oh, it has tentacles. Oh, wow, look, a squiddy alien again.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. Because let's face it, most of the aliens we see in sci-fi are just like, oh, look, we took a cougar and like a butterfly and a buffalo and merged them together, and look, new alien. I'm trying to avoid that, but it's hard.
I was trying to figure out how an alien would develop wheels.
Actually, I seem to vaguely remember there was something like that where the alien itself did not have wheels, but it had adapted to have like 4 stones that were fitted up into itself so that it could move the stones and make them roll. So they were sort of like an alien car, but not actually.
I think the main problem with an alien having wheels is what environment would they be useful for? Because the problem is that wheels tend to get stuck, which limits you to not moving on certain surfaces, which makes you more vulnerable to predators who can move on those surfaces.
You'd have to be natural pathways that would form that you'd ride around on.
Yeah, in one of the Golden Compass books, he had some aliens like that basically, they didn't have wheels themselves, but they held on to these giant seed pods that they used as wheels, and they rode around like motorcycles.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking of, except I've never read those books, so I don't know why it would be.
Yeah, what I came up with is the wheels were actually a sort of a symbiotic life form that attached to the main body of the animal.
Yeah, in Leo Frankowski's Copernic's Rebellion, that was the solution he came up with, although they weren't natural creatures, they had been genetically engineered. But that was their solution, was that the wheel was actually a separate animal, that just the animal that was riding on top it was secreting this grease, which acted as a lubricant and was feeding the wheel.
Mm-hmm. So I had come up with an idea for some alien that was actually conjoined twins naturally.
Hmm.
So they had, two heads, one body, basically, kind of thing.
They have that in D&D. It's called an Etin. Ettin.
Yeah,
I was
there's
trying,
rather a lot of two-headed aliens.
I was trying to think of, the advantages and disadvantages to that.
Hmm. Well,
main
what if you
advantage
didn't
they
get
usually-
along?
The main advantage they usually cite for that is that one head could rest while the other one was awake, so there's always somebody on guard.
You tried that in Apollo 8. It didn't work.
I'm trying to remember exactly how I went about it. I was actually speaking to a former biologist on that one. He was quite interested in that.
Well, that's what I've been doing a lot of on Twitter. Is I'm coming up with ideas for aliens, and I'm running them across the people in the paleo community. So a lot of it's like, well, there's nothing like that alive now, but 12 million years ago.
Diana, wakey, yo.
This is supposed to be our stream after all.
Not just wake up. Unfortunately, in StreamYard, you have to approve screen sharing.
Oh, wait a minute. What have we got here? Oh, look who's here.
Hello.
Oh,
Hey.
hey.
Hi, dear. How you doing?
Hey, how you
Oh.
been doing?
It's been a rough couple of weeks.
I've been worried about you because last thing I heard was that before the hurricane, you were bugging out to grandma's, and I hadn't heard anything
Yeah.
since.
The hurricane didn't even. We barely had 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
Okay.
I could have stayed home and just not
Oh.
had to deal with that shit. But
How's the offspring doing?
I had the direct hit.
oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Mage. Everything okay at your place?
I've been cleaning up. There's still a lot of damage.
Yeah, well, if the thing is I had to cancel my insurance on my homeowner's insurance because they wanted $1,300 more this year than they wanted last year. And
Probably because they've been paying out too much for hurricanes the last couple of years.
not in my area, they haven't. We haven't had a hurricane the entire time I've lived here in 5 years. So no, the issue is that the insurance company I was with was BB&T, and they are a high-priced company, and they don't want to provide insurance for people who can't pay out through the nose. They raised I pay monthly. They want people who can pay annually, who they can get a lot of interest off of.
I'd call that grifting.
It is. I was paying originally. They wanted me to go from $118 a month, which was just barely within my range, to $225 a month.
Mm-hmm.
And the only part of the insurance that went up was my non-hurricane premium. And that went up $1,300. So they just didn't want to provide me insurance anymore, even though I hadn't missed a payment the entire time I was with them.
Yeah.
So they raised the rate on my non-hurricane premium $1,300. My hurricane premium went up $25. So
Oh my.
yeah, but no, we didn't have any problems with the hurricane. We didn't even have trash on the ground from it. We didn't have anything from it, thank God. And I'm sorry to hear you got hit, Mage. But
Well,
no, Tornado has been dealing with an abscessed tooth.
Oh, fun. My dad's been dealing with that, actually.
And unlike people who are not autistic, every single day we were calling the nurse line twice a day. We were in urgent care one day, and a day and a half later we were in the ER because the antibiotics, the urgent care prescribed were not working at all. And his mouth could only open this far.
Yeah, I've
So
noticed
he-
he-
Wouldn't
so
that
with
be
autism
an
tends to have
advantage?
weird things with
No,
medicine.
because it starts him into a screaming fit because he's scared to death that he's never going to be able to eat or that his jaw is going to seal shut completely.
I'm just being an arsehole. Don't worry
Well,
about
well,
me.
no, it's so. It was very stressful.
Yeah.
He was constantly worried that his jaw was going to stay that way. He didn't understand
Yeah.
that the inflammation was causing the muscles in the joint to swell up, and it was horrible. They put him on the ER, gave him a syringe vial, a syringe that big and about that big around of clindamycin while he was there.
Whoa.
Right. That's how severe the abscess was. And he's back to normal, thank God. But
Such as that is.
Yeah, I was thinking it.
well, no, I would rather have him this way than constantly
Yep. I'm
stressing out, not sleeping because he's worried to death that he's got lockjaw. We went from lockjaw to TMR, which is there's a name for it. It's basically a symptom of lockjaw to Ludwig's angina. Oh, and constantly calling the nurse lines for his insurance. Thank God that's free, and it's 24 hours, 7 days a week. So anytime he was too stressed out, I'd end up calling the nurse line and explain to the nurse what's going on, and the nurse would just go, okay, let me talk to him, and we'll go through his symptoms. We'll do what we need to do to ensure that he's physically and mentally improving.
Mhm.
So,
And it turns out 1 out of 2 ain't bad.
yeah, exactly. So now we're just waiting for his insurance company to get him an oral surgeon.
Okay,
Oral.
then.
And
Child.
Of course I am. You know I'm a
Yes,
complete
but-
child.
there's a possibility of one that will do twilight anesthesia on him so that they can
Ooh.
they can pull all 4 of his wisdom teeth, as well as there's another one on the top and the bottom over here that
What, he's
the
got
other
extras?
molars that have gotten cavities
Okay.
from where the wisdom teeth are resting against them that they can't save those molars. So he's
I had
basically
all
got to have 6 teeth pulled.
I had all 4 of my wisdom
Mhm.
teeth pulled at once, and when I came up when I came back to the follow up, the guy says, "That was the hardest surgery of that type he's done on before." I was like,
Uh-huh.
I was glad I asked for to be knocked out for it.
I
Well,
got
that's
lucky.
Got all of my wisdom teeth.
Well, the issue we have to face here for me is that Tornado will let them take x-rays. He will let them look in his mouth. But the minute you try to come near him with a needle, he's out of the
Yeah.
chair.
Yeah.
And he will not he won't even let them come near him with the picks to scrape his teeth to clean them.
Mhm.
So
Oh.
he has to be sedated.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the dental office that is his main provider here doesn't do that. So we had to go to the dentist office, get a referral for an oral surgeon, and then we've had so much trouble trying to get him an oral surgeon. This is the second referral we've had for this. All of the oral surgeons are going to be 50 miles away.
Ooh.
Okay.
And unfortunately, there's no one closer. So we're going to have to deal with that. But we now have a case manager through his insurance company because of Tornado's autism and the fact that it's not like I can just go, hey, call these people, make a recommend an appointment to see them. I have to have a referral, which means they have to have the referral before they'll even consider taking him as a patient.
Mm-hmm.
So, and unfortunately, his dental office was like, okay, here's the referrals. Here's the list of people that you can look through that are in-network providers, and we're hands off. That's
Yeah, I got
So-
lucky with that stuff. I had all my wisdom teeth removed, 2 of
Mhm.
them.
you only had 2.
I had the mutation, which gave me just the. I believe it was the 2 upper wisdom teeth came in.
Well, unfortunately, TC Tornado is taking after me. He's got ones that are growing in horizontally.
I had
Oh.
that.
Mhm. All 4 of his are growing in horizontally.
Yeah, the
Uh,
I can't remember which one, but they had to actually break it and take it out in pieces.
mhm. My top ones were growing in diagonally, and my bottom ones were growing in horizontally. And that's why my bottom teeth are all crooked, because there's not enough room in my mouth for them.
Yeah.
So
I
I
have a little
have
bit of a
that
crookedness in one tooth from that.
yeah, and the one tooth that has become that became abscessed was just slightly above the gum line, and then for whatever reason the gum decided, oh no, we don't want to be exposed, and grew back over it, which means that any food particles that were in that tooth, because you have to scream at him to get him to brush his teeth,
Mhm.
caused serious infection.
Yeah.
They had him on 450 milligrams of clindamycin every 8 hours.
And that might be an issue with getting his wisdom teeth removed, because you have to really be on top of keeping that area clean afterwards.
Oh no, he's learned a lesson. I told him, I said, if you had been brushing your teeth regularly, at least once a day, even just once a day, you
Mhm.
wouldn't have gotten the food particles in there. And he's on top of brushing and brushing and rinsing. I can't get him to floss, but we do what we can.
My teeth are always so tight together that every time I try to floss, the floss would shred.
Mm-hmm. I had that problem too.
And it's like, well, what the hell's the point of this? I'm trying to get stuff out of my teeth by getting stuff into my teeth. What the hell?
My thing was, not only would it shred, but I'd be trying to pull it out and it'd go downward and get into the bottom of my tooth, and I'd have to pull it out and cut my gum.
There's something else that
Give
might
yourself string
work.
burn.
Let's see if we can. It's not quite as good as the floss, but I'm trying to remember what it was called. I gotten them for
There's
myself.
dental picks.
Yeah, that's what it is. Some kind of dental
Yeah.
pick.
Yeah.
I had to get the smallest size though for it to work for me though.
Well, it's not that his teeth are that tight. It's just he won't do it.
No, it's not a dental pick. It was a brush.
Interesting.
I think I know what you mean. They're like little tiny bottle brushes. I used to
Yeah.
have those.
Yeah, they look like little itty bitty ball brushes.
I've seen
Yeah.
those. Yeah.
I used to use those because I had the same problem that the floss would break when I was trying to floss.
Well,
The
I've got
hell
several
was
teeth.
that? Something went.
That was it. It's interdental cleaners.
Hmm.
So it's something to look into. You can get them. You can get them on Amazon. It's just a matter of getting the right size.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to maybe like start with the smallest and kind of work your way up until you get something that fits right.
Excuse me.
Oh, those were
Somebody
cute.
softy.
Huh?
Those weren't
Cute.
proper sneezes. Those were just cute.
Diana can tell you most of my sneezes are like that from listening to me on the show. No,
Oh,
we've got
my.
it's warm enough. We've got the doors and the windows open, so now my allergies are going nuts.
Yeah, that was happening to me too since I moved back to Vermont. I mean, I had
Mhm.
allergies as a kid, hay fever and all of that.
Yeah.
But I got an air purifier and Claritin, and it seems to have helped tremendously.
Mhm.
And it's getting up into the 60s or 70s here. But for a while there, it was in like the 40s and 50s, and it
Yeah.
seemed to have killed off a lot of the things that produce pollen, or at least made them think perhaps being somewhere else would be a good thing.
I wish that would happen here, but it's not going to.
Well, that's
The
because you live in Florida.
Mm.
the brand for them is called Dentec.
Mhm.
DNTEK.
Okay.
So it's something to look up. And my
Unfortunately for me, most of my allergies wind up because I have to associate with other people. If I could avoid getting within range of people, I'd usually be all right. Because the thing that
Mhm.
hits me the worst are all the chemical fragrances.
Oh.
Okay. Okay.
Not just people's perfume or cologne, but like pretty much any fragrance that's used in a laundry detergent.
Mhm.
Oh, I don't
I
use a
yeah
scented laundry
yeah I don't
detergent.
use
Yeah, well, I
scented.
have to use all scent-free stuff, but I mean, just if there's somebody sitting in the room who's been using something scented, it's gonna give
Right.
me trouble.
I
And
don't even
one of my
I don't even
sisters
use
loved that
softeners.
Gain stuff.
Oh.
It took me years because she didn't think it was any big deal. But it took me years to explain to her why I couldn't sit in the car with her without hacking a lung up.
Right.
There was a neighbor's house in the old neighborhood where my parents don't remember this, and maybe I'm just weird, but there was some scent in that house. Every time I walked in, my first thought was olives. That the place smelled sort of like olives, maybe a little bit like vinegar, but mostly like green olives. And I could never figure out what the hell was going on. And,
Olives.
like I've walked into a couple of buildings since
Olives.
and smelled it, but it's so rare. I'm just wondering what the hell was up with their house.
Yeah, I can't
Sounds
think
like
what
something
olives would be.
Greek. A scent, Greek scent. I don't know.
Well, they were not Greek, I guarantee you that.
Mediterranean of any sort.
No, well, I mean, last name Fernari, so maybe Italian.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking about it, another thing that you might want to look into is maybe a water pick.
Mm. Yeah.
Hmm.
But yeah, no, so that was what I went through this last 3
Mhm.
weeks. And I wanted to smack my mother. That's no new thing. She came to pick us up to take us to the ER because, with it not being a major medical emergency, we'd be on the last of the list for pickup for
Mm.
an ambulance. TC gets in the car and she's talking to him just fine as I come out after making sure all the doors are locked. The minute I get in the car, she's like, TC, you stink. Why didn't you take a shower? We're going to the ER. He feels bad enough. We're going to the ER. Why would he take a shower before going to the ER? And he was like, he was not feeling well. So he's like, shut up. He told my mom to shut up. And she's like, do you want me to turn around and take you home? Woman, my God.
That sounds like a horrible lack of empathy.
Oh, she has a horrible lack of empathy. She constantly bitches at me because I don't work. She doesn't.
Can't.
I know, but she thinks it's because I don't want to work.
Well, yeah.
That she doesn't get that. If she was not constantly there when I was working for Walmart, she didn't see all of the crap that I went through when I was working and constantly getting calls on my cell phone from TC while I was working, and then the constant misbehavior at school where I'd have to get out of work, go home because he's been suspended or he's had an incident or, having to take him to the doctor. I couldn't go into work because I would be driving home to pick him up, take him into the doctor, drive him home, go back into work for one doctor's visit. Just not feasible when you're a single parent, So I had to call off when he had doctor's appointments. I had to call off when he was sick. So it was not a good situation.
Well, no, I mean it's a terrible load on a single parent at all.
It is.
And especially when you've got an autistic child, that's just like a magnitude more.
Then you add in the other issues he has. He also has what's called conduct disorder, early childhood onset, and ADHD. And now, after dealing with COVID-19, he's borderline germophobic. And that's part of the issue with his teeth is he was constantly worried he was going to end up with lockjaw and not be able to ever open his mouth again. So I am so glad he's feeling better. I got to call his insurance company in the morning, find out where we are with getting the oral surgeon. They've got a place they want him to go. Speaking of that, I need to call them. Where is their phone number? I wrote it down here somewhere. Is that it? Yeah,
6
that's it.
3/4.
No, I got it here somewhere. I just need to find the phone number. I wrote it down. I have so much paper on my desk, it's not even funny trying to get stuff done. Is that it? No, that's not it. I'm losing my mind. That's all there is to it. It has been a rough couple of weeks. But yeah, so they just want they're going to give him twilight anesthesia, for which I'm eternally grateful.
Yep.
I don't want to have to deal with hearing him being in pain. And the fun part's going to be the 50-mile drive back home after the surgery.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I have to say that twilight anesthesia is not my favorite My Little Pony. Just not very dull. Sort of sits there.
Yeah, just sits there and sleeps the whole time, right?
Yeah, well, to get Sloth Girl to see a dentist, I would have to be able to put her under before I get her in the car.
Oh.
She is just not having anything with going anywhere near a dental office. She got, some very, very traumatic things when she was a child that she has never been able to get past. So she has actually said at times that if it came to it, she would rather I just take a hammer and knock the tooth out than her try to go to the dentist.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely a fear of dentists, to be sure.
I mean, I get where some people are coming from. I don't like pain very much, and it's very hard to ignore when you're autistic.
Yes, it is.
So, it's like all of your attention gets focused on the hurt and people doing it, and it's no good at all. And so, yeah, I totally get it.
And Tornado, unfortunately, cannot. He can't explain what it is about going to a dentist that he doesn't like. Just that he doesn't like going to the dentist, and it's like,
I'm sure part of it is the fact that you're so immobilized.
They've never immobilized us in the chairs.
No, not what I mean. It's you're stuck there with your mouth open and someone's hands in it. It's very I was shying away from the word intimate, but maybe it's the best one.
Have a dozen things stuck in there along with the hands.
Yeah, it's a very stressful kind of environment to be in, and so like I get that for sure. And then there's like it's like almost a 100% certainty that pain is going to be involved at some point.
Oh, yeah.
Who the hell wants that? So, I mean, yeah, I get it. I get
Mhm.
Well,
looking at the dentist and seeing them
Yeah.
as the enemy.
Yeah,
Well, and there's all sorts of things that can happen when you go to a dentist that you don't even think about unless it happens to you. I had to have one of my molars over here pulled, and unfortunately, they had an intern doing it.
Oh no.
He was just about to graduate, and they let him give the shots, and the shots to numb your teeth hurt anyway.
Yeah.
I still gotta
No-
find a new dentist.
Well, whatever he did when he was giving me the shots nicked one of the nerves in my
Oh,
mouth, and it left half my tongue from the left side over to the middle completely numb
Mm-hmm.
for almost a year.
yeah.
Yowza.
I gotta
and
find a new dentist myself.
you never think about how a numdang can affect
Yeah.
you when you talk.
Yeah.
It affects you when you eat because you can't taste on that side of your mouth.
Mhm.
You're constantly biting your tongue, but you can't feel it, but you can taste until the blood goes over to the right side of your mouth, and you're like, ah, shit, I bit my tongue again.
Yeah.
And it's painful when it stops being numb,
Yeah.
because the way it starts is you get this burning tingle on wherever it's numb, whether it be starting in the center of your mouth or on the left side of your mouth, whatever. My tongue burned for 2 weeks as it stopped being numb.
That's interesting. Is I remember when I started getting feeling in my left side, I had a lot of pain.
Well, and they even told me, it's like, well, if it's just that he nicked the nerve, it will come back, but there's a possibility that it could be permanent. And I'm like, permanent? I don't want it to be permanent. So, they had me coming in every 2 weeks to find out if my tongue was not getting any better. And the end of, I think it was close, it wasn't quite a year, but it was close to like 9 months, which that's terrible because you drool when you can't feel your tongue. So I would constantly be drooling. I couldn't talk right. I'd have to be very clear on my enunciation when I was talking, because I have a tendency to talk fast. I had to slow down in my talking and be sure of what I was trying to say in order to get what I was trying to say to come out clearly, because I couldn't feel where my tongue was going when I was talking.
Yeah, like I was saying,
So-
I need to find myself a new dentist. A little while back, like the dentist I had retired, and he
Oh,
left all
no.
his patients to this other guy who's basically a little grifter. Every time he was in there, he's always like, "Oh, you should whiten your teeth, whiten your teeth, whiten your teeth," and they're like, "Oh, you got a few cavities." And I went in there. I was okay, Novocaine. No, he wouldn't do Novocaine.
What?
He wouldn't give me Novocaine even though I asked for it. So he drilled out about 4 teeth, without
With no
Novocaine,
painkillers?
with no painkillers,
I'd have slapped the bitch.
and the teeth they drilled, I couldn't chew on for almost a year because it hurt to bite down on anything.
Oh my god.
So I think he screwed it up, he either didn't fill it right or he screwed it up.
He did something wrong. There's no reason for you, after they've dealt with a cavity, that you should still be feeling pain
Yeah,
when you bite. Nothing, Talon. Nothing for you to worry about.
Hi,
and
Lavender.
apparently my grandmother
Hi,
was the same
honey.
person, came to the
He
same
can't hear
conclusion.
you. You have to wave. There.
Okay. I
Hi,
don't think he
Nate.
can. I don't think he can see me wave either, though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
all
yeah,
waving
wave.
at you, even though you can't see them wave.
You can't see
I'm
me
not.
wave,
I'm
but
being
I
quite
was-
rude.
I'm not going to tell him that, Kate.
What'd
Aw.
she say?
She said, I'm not waving. I'm being quite rude, in a joking tone. We'll worry. I will call them in the morning. Go on. We're not going to talk about it now. I'm tired of talking about it.
I can't pet you in that position.
That's
Hmm?
what she said.
My
Ooh.
bird. I got my bird out. He's been sitting on my hands,
Ah.
and he put himself in a position where I can't pet him, and he wants to be pet.
Ah.
What's really
So what kind of bird
inter-
is it this time?
He's a sunken yarn. Now he's nipping me.
Ah. Those are the orange ones, right?
Yeah, orange, yellow, green, blue.
Mm-hmm.
That's
I've never
a lot
seen-
of colors.
Yes, they are quite colorful.
They're not all one color, are they?
No.
I didn't think so. I know the one that I know someone had, it was an orange one, and it was brilliant orange. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
They have some slight variations. Also, there are the Gendays, and they have a slight different coloration.
Mm-hmm. It's been a long couple of weeks. I'm so tired. I'm tired.
No, go food.
So, how did your appointment go yesterday
Me?
or Monday? Yeah.
Rather well, actually.
Uh-huh.
The only hitch there is in the clearing me for the active status on the list is this possible heart problem.
Right.
We really need to get that taken care of
Mhm.
and determine whether it's there, and if it is there, get it fixed.
Right.
Other than that, I'm pretty much ready to go.
Well, that's good.
You, Purple, ought to be getting a call fairly soon.
Me?
Purple.
Oh,
Yeah, because I'm on the donor list.
right. I don't think that I am. I don't think that. I don't know.
I already compared notes with Diana. I'm the wrong blood type. Yes, I'm the wrong blood type. So
What blood type
Well-
are you?
I'm a very depressing blood type. I'm B negative.
Oh, damn
No,
it.
Diana.
I have no idea what blood type I am. I could never get anyone to tell me.
Yeah, it's the B that stands in the way mostly.
I had to tell I had to specifically request it from my doctor. I was like, what blood type am I? I'm very curious. They told us about it in science class. What the hell blood type am I? And they, found it that way.
I've requested it twice, and they still didn't give it to me.
No, see, have you ever had to go to a lab to have your blood drawn?
Yeah,
To ask them what blood type you are.
I did. They never,
That is
they
so
never
weird.
got back. They gave me, they took the blood, and I went back to get results, and they never told me what type. They never checked.
Huh.
Did you ask your doctor later?
Yeah, I was.
Like,
Ew,
because
you have terrible blood
sometimes
types.
when your blood is drawn, the technician just doesn't think of it again. But yeah, ask your doctor, and the results will be in your chart somewhere.
Or in your medical history.
Mhm.
Well,
It's-
that's scattered across who knows how many places are probably gone by now.
Well, I
Well,
know
we-
that mine's O negative because I used to generate blood, or I used to donate blood regularly
Mhm.
until they decided that they weren't accepting bisexuals anymore.
Mm.
That being bisexual automatically meant my blood was contaminated and they wouldn't let me donate anymore.
That makes
That's
no sense.
ridiculous. Now, see, I know that I'm O positive. So I'm
Oh,
pretty
really?
much I'm a universal donor, I think. If I remember
Okay,
correctly.
yeah.
But I can't give blood because I'm chronically anemic.
Yeah.
So I probably would not be able to be on the donor list.
Well, the thing that should keep me off the donor list, is that I have to take the ibuprofen every day for my arthritis, and just I eat a lot of salt, and it's like
Mhm.
that's supposed to be a problem. But despite eating tremendous amount of salt, my blood test came back that my sodium is low.
A Well, being on a regimen for arthritis can vary from place to place depending on whether they'll take you or not. Some will.
Well, yeah, mostly it's because the NSAIDs usually increase the sodium level.
Well, I can't take NSAIDs.
I have to.
I'm not allowed to. It's a terrible thing because they tell me, and maybe one of you, I have osteophytes on my spine, which is bone spurs basically. And according to every medical paper that I've read about osteophytes on the spine, they are arthritis of the spine.
Hmm.
But the X-ray technician said, "Oh, well, she's got osteophytes on every level of her spine, but we don't see any sign of arthritis."
What?
And I talked to my doctor, and she's like, "Well, when you have osteophytes of the spine, that usually means you have arthritis of the spine. They're, but then why do they say they don't see any sign of arthritis in my spine if I have osteophytes on every level of my spine?"
I
Yeah.
gotta go put my bird back. I'll be right back.
It makes no sense to me. So, do I have arthritis of the spine? I have to have arthritis of the spine if I have osteophytes on my spine.
Mhm.
And it would be, and if it was one spot on my spine, I could say, okay, I've just developed the precursor for it. But it's on every level of my spine, middle, top, and bottom. I should say middle, top, middle, upper, and lower lumbar is also affected. All of my spine. So, is it cervical spine?
Cervical is the neck, thoracic is the chest,
Yeah,
and then the lumbar is the back.
right. They did X-rays on all three of those sites and found bone spurs on all three of those levels. So,
You should run for president.
yeah, really. But they say, oh, but we don't see any sign of arthritis, stendylosis, whatever they call it, which
Kinda
is
like-
the clinical name for arthritis of the spine. So I'm just confused as well. If bone spurs are arthritis of the spine, and I have the bone spurs, why do I not have arthritis of the spine?
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like how my doctors seem to very carefully avoid using the word stroke when they described what happened to cause my seizures. But
Well-
I've discussed my symptoms with Dr. Ben, and he's like, yeah, that's a hemorrhagic stroke if I ever saw one. So,
So I want to apply for disability, but unfortunately, I don't trust my mom, to be honest, if Social Security calls her.
Oh boy. Yeah.
And I don't have anybody here in Florida who knows what I go through other than my mother. And most of my friends in Missouri, they don't deal with, they haven't seen me at my worst because it really didn't start getting bad until late 2017, early 2018. And that was after we moved to Florida. So I'm kind of screwed because they want to talk to somebody, unless I let them talk to Tornado.
Would they trust what he had to say?
I don't know.
I mean,
That's the problem.
nothing against Tornado, but it's
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and they've got there are X-rays of my spine, both from 2016 and now from the last year. But they'll want their own doctors to do X-rays, I'm sure.
Of course, and they're going to want their own doctors to find a way around whatever they see.
Right. But this is not going to get any, and that's the issue. Is it's not going to get better. There is no getting better from bone spurs unless you can afford to have them go and take them out, and that's dangerous.
And even then, it's not guaranteed.
Right. And, when it's getting to the point where even sitting in a chair is hurting.
I
So,
feel for you. I really do because
and it's most of the pain is in the lower spine, but
okay.
and they looked at all my discs and said they had me standing while they were doing the x-rays. Oh, for some of them. Oh my God, you want to talk about pain. Having
Yeah.
to stand. And then they wanted me to be in different positions while they were doing it, straighten up my spine. And they don't understand. I can't stand with my spine straight for a long time. It hurts. It makes the pain
Yeah.
worse. You know, there's a reason why my shoulders are rolled forward all the time because I can't sit like most normal people. I can't sit with my shoulders back. It
Yeah.
hurts.
I can't sit in a normal chair with my feet. If I sit in a chair with my feet on the floor, that's
Mhm.
going to strain my lower back.
Yep.
So even in a chair, I sit cross-legged all the time.
I have a footstool that, a step stool basically, that sits on the lower shelf of my desk under my feet, which is why I'm always constantly turned to the side because I have my feet propped up. This is me straight on. So, yeah, I have my feet propped up all the time because it keeps the strain off my back. A little bit, not a lot, but a little bit. Oof. But, that's just like if I kneel down on the floor, I don't have the strength in my lower back and legs to get myself up off the floor without help. I just can't do it anymore.
Okay then.
So I have to either have Tornado come over and help me up, or I have to have something I can grab and use my arms to force myself up. So, yeah, it's just. But again, I don't have anybody they can call to talk to besides Tornado that knows what's going on with my spine that I would trust to say what's going on with my
Mhm.
spine. So I you know, I worry that all my mom will sit there and say is, well, she just doesn't want to work. And I'm going to have to apply not only for disability, but I'll have to see if I can get SSI because I haven't worked enough. I haven't
Mhm.
worked enough to make Social Security, SSA, not SSA, but regular disability pay me much.
SSD, yeah.
Yeah. They're not going to pay me hardly anything because I don't have a huge work history because of Tornado. I love my kid, but he's a full-time job in and of itself.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know what to do. I could apply and just explain, we just moved to
Yeah.
Florida. I don't have any friends here. I don't go out because it's physically painful to go out and do much of anything.
I would take that angle. Just that you don't know anyone in the area. But SSI is kind of rigged.
Hmm.
That just Social Security that they won't pay out for you until it's proven that you can't work.
Right. Well,
Which usually means not until you've been out of work for several months, and then they
Right.
base it on your previous whatever 10 weeks employment or something.
Well, unfortunately, I haven't worked since 2009.
Mm-hmm.
So there is no work history. They want something. They want you to go back 15 years of work history. Okay, I don't have 15 years of work history. Um, you know, um, the most I could go. Well, it's 2010 or 2022, so technically I could go back to 2007, and that would be when I was working for Walmart. I worked there for 2.5 years and had to quit because they fired me because of Tornado.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I had like 2.5 years of unemployment that they had to pay me, which was nice. Um, I looked for jobs and just I couldn't find. I didn't want to work as a maid somewhere. I didn't want to work in the food industry because I don't have the training to do it. And you know what? I don't want to work for McDonald's. And that is, I have a choice between McDonald's, Taco Bell, Wawa. But again, I'd have to walk to all those places because I don't have a vehicle. And, you know, I can't walk that far. It's a mile away, and I can't walk that far without being in severe pain by the time I get there. So I'm screwed
Yeah.
either way.
No public transportation in your area.
No. That all went away when COVID-19 hit, and they haven't started it back up yet. And I don't think they're going to.
Yeah, here when COVID hit, they knocked all the buses down to only being once an hour,
Mm-hmm.
and they don't seem to be increasing them. They're just leaving them at that level. But at least we do have the buses when I needed them, when I didn't have the vehicle.
Right.
It's kind of funny because here in Vermont, when the pandemic hit, they made all the buses free, and they still are.
They did that here too, that all the buses were free for about a year and a half.
Mm-hmm. Well, it would be nice, but they didn't have a huge public transport system anyway. They just had a bus that went up Highway 19, and Highway 19 is still a mile away from my house. I'd still have to walk a mile to get to Highway 19. So, damned if I do one way, damned if I do the other way. And my mom's like, well, you've got a bike. Just borrow TC's bike and ride TC's bike to work. Where am I going to put the bike where it won't get stolen? Well, that's what a bicycle chain is for. Take the tire off and secure it to the frame.
Yeah, that's this area I think would be good for a bike, but that's my problem.
Mm-hmm.
Is just where to store it, because I don't trust leaving it locked up outside at night.
Right.
Get one of those foldable bikes.
Foldable bikes. Huh.
And my dad has one of those. They look really flimsy, but I guess he does okay with it.
I've never seen one.
The other possibility is chaining several sticks of dynamite to the bike with a
Or having
rotary
just
switch.
several chains that, you have to, you chain the wheels to the bike so they can't take the wheels off. And then you secure the bike frame to whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Well,
strap,
I still like the dynamite idea.
Yeah, but it's just like,
unfortunately, these days, cordless power tools have gotten too good.
Yeah.
With my
They can
cordless angle grinder, anything that you can carry with you to lock up a bike, I can be through it in less than a minute.
Yeah. I have a bug flying in my house. Joy.
Call Bree.
Yeah, but I was seriously thinking that, it would be nice to have an electric bike around here.
Mm-hmm.
Because, the medical clinics and all the stores are, all within 5 miles.
You know what
So
I want?
that would be cool. I could do most of my shopping on that.
I want a trike.
Oh, yeah, okay.
An adult trike. They have them out here. And they have one, I found it on Amazon, where I could sit just like this and just pedal and go. Meow.
Yeah, the recumbent trikes.
Yes, the recumbent trikes.
Dad had
I've been
one of
looking at those
too.
for years. I would love to have one if I had a place to keep it.
Well, I do. I actually have I have a shed in my backyard that I could keep it in, or I could keep it on my sun porch.
That'd be cool.
Mm-hmm.
I used to get around on a scooter when I was a kid.
I was actually considering that idea of, I've seen some scooters now that they've got a bit bigger wheels so they don't catch. They're 8-inch wheels.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering, it's got to be better than walking.
Yeah. And that's the problem. I can't stand long enough to walk. It's one of the reasons I'm glad that they're still doing grocery deliveries, because if I had to go find a way to get to Walmart to get my groceries, I would be screwed because I can't depend on my mom anymore.
Yeah.
I finally, the other day, when she called to bitch at me about not working, she's like, "Oh, well, you and your son are just stagnating. I expected you to do
Yeah.
better when you got down here, but you're not. You're just stagnating. You're not going anywhere, and I can't keep helping you."
Yeah.
I called her one time, one fucking time in 4 months to take TC to the ER. And then and one time to try and get her to take me to the dentist with him, which is 15 minutes away. If I was taking hours and hours out of her day constantly, I can understand that
Yeah.
kind of behavior.
Well-
But and the thing is what you also have to keep in mind is that she would constantly call me and ask me to come help clean her house. She would constantly ask me to come and dog sit for her, constantly calls me to come and house sit for her, taking time out of my life to help her. But
Well, that's different.
oh yeah, it's
Yeah,
so
you're
different.
not working. You've got tons of time.
But she doesn't work either. All she wants to do is go out and spend time with her new beau, Ed.
Yeah.
Ed.
But it's the Republican Fox News propaganda
Oh, I
that
know.
anyone who isn't holding a full-time job is just lazy.
Yeah. Well,
Oh,
and
now
she,
you need 2 full-time jobs now.
oh
Well,
yeah.
That
Oh,
started
hey,
in the-
Bub.
Hey, Bob, how you doing, sweetness? Well,
Who's
that
it?
stuff started in the
Oh, hey.
Reagan era with the welfare queens.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, that's when they started that myth, and they keep pushing it. And
Yeah, and they don't understand that, you're not on welfare because you want to be on welfare. You're on welfare because you can't do anything else.
Yeah.
well, and it's not like any of us are getting rich off of Social Security.
Right. And it's, I don't have the training to do anything but work as a cashier.
Hmm.
I never got to finish college because it became too expensive.
I would
And
love to be off of disability.
you know, everything is so expensive these days. I mean, I went and ordered eggs the other day.
Hmm.
And they want $3 a dozen.
5. Over 5.
Try for an 18 count eggs, jumbo eggs, $7.76.
Yeah.
Wow.
A large 18 count, over $6.
Yeah, right now you can expect a high price on eggs.
Eggs, milk,
And,
dairy.
a shortage on chickens.
Yeah.
And probably a shortage on turkeys going into Thanksgiving.
Ugh.
Because a bunch of the poultry farms just got hit with a wave of the avian flu.
Oh.
Joy. That's okay. I'll make Chinese for Thanksgiving. I don't think I'm going to be going over to my mother's this year. Not with the way she was this last month. I don't want to spend Thanksgiving with her.
I don't blame you.
All it will be is me going over there doing all of her dishes beforehand, cleaning her house, and then having to cook the meal, and then after the meal have to do the dishes again.
Yeah.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to do all that alone.
Yeah. and the thing is she says, well, I'll help. Her help consists of supervising and constantly bitching that I'm doing something wrong.
Yeah.
For me,
okay.
it's always been a rule that whoever cooks doesn't have to do dishes.
Well, unfortunately, my mom uses the excuse, I can barely stand anymore. It hurts to stand. And I'm sitting here thinking, bitch, you weren't the only one who has problems standing.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I've had to let that rule lapse since Sloth Girl's been in chemo
Oh, how's she doing?
because she can't really stand long enough to cook or do the dishes.
Right.
The last scan she had indicated that the tumors were slightly smaller. So,
That's
it's
good.
cautious optimism, but it indicates that it is having some effect.
Right.
And she's only like halfway through the course, so
Hmm.
they'll consider the full course is going to basically end about New Year's.
Oh,
So, they'll see what her condition is at New Year's compared to when she
Mhm.
first started.
and decide where to go from there.
Yeah. But yeah, it was quite encouraging that the size of the tumors actually seemed a little bit smaller.
Well, that's
So
good.
if nothing else, they're holding it at bay. It's not getting
Yeah.
bigger and it's not spreading.
Right. Oh. I had to figure out what we're having for dinner tonight. I haven't even thought about it yet.
Same
Well,
here.
Yeah. But
Come
the
to think
chemo
of it, I
basically
haven't
just leaves
really
her perpetually
looked into my
exhausted.
own dinner options tonight. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
I think I'll make Tornado some bread pizza.
I was
And
warming
maybe
up leftover spaghetti just as we started here, so I've been eating while we've been talking.
Okay.
That's an idea. Maybe spaghetti. That's actually quick and easy. Or maybe I'll make him some ramen. He liked the ramen I made the last time.
Got a
Quick
good
and
trick
easy.
for you.
Hmm?
If you're using the jars of sauce and you only
Mhm.
use half a jar of spaghetti sauce,
Mm-hmm.
stick the jar in the microwave even for like 15, 20 seconds and
Mhm.
screw the lid on right away. And
Okay.
basically
yeah.
it will vacuum seal itself again when it
Yeah.
closes,
Oh.
and just that much heating will have killed off any of the mold spores.
Oh.
So I
Interesting.
keep doing that every time I open the jar, and I've kept a jar of spaghetti sauce in the fridge for like 3 months without it going bad.
Huh. That's interesting.
So you stick it in the microwave for what, 30 seconds? And then
Yeah,
15.
just stick
Yeah.
15 to 30 seconds, and as soon as it comes out, just screw the lid on right away.
Hmm.
And then when it cools, it'll usually, pull down that button on top of the lid to show you that's got a vacuum seal.
Yeah, because that's how they seal the jars. They have to be hot.
Yep.
Or at least warm. And they seal them and then they vacuum seal.
Yeah, well, my mom does canning. She does the homemade stuff. And yeah, that's,
Mhm.
they usually have them in a bath of boiling water when they screw the lids on.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I mean, vacuum seals are pretty interesting things, but the vacuum sea lions much more interesting, actually.
Yes.
Just saying.
Excuse me.
Actually, there is part of Quinn Redshift that deals with that, where someone gets exposed to vacuum, and the
my.
seals, the emergency seals, have to, So, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I used to have a cat who liked to be vacuumed.
Okay.
And anytime I pulled out the little dustbuster vac, anytime she heard that thing, she would come running and she would lay there and I would have to vacuum her and she'd roll over for me to get both sides.
Oh my. So I
Cats
think
are
I
so
have.
unpredictable. It's like, when there's those cats who, for whatever reason, absolutely love water.
Yeah.
And it's like, most cats, you sprinkle them even a little bit and they will hightail it out of there. But then you get those cats who you draw the bath and they're just walking around in it, happy as a clam. And it's like,
They
had a
all have
cat-
individual personalities. You really can't generalize.
It's
Guapo, Guapo would always come back from the park smelling like the pond water, so I know he'd been swimming.
Yeah.
So I think he probably decided that instead of looking for the rodents, he was going after the fish.
we had a cat that when I was younger that used to love to get in the bathtub with you. You'd be sitting there. Your water would
Hey.
be perfectly clean, not a
Well,
pet hair in sight, and by the time you came out of the bathtub, you were covered in cat hair because the cat decided to swim with you while you were in the bath.
and
Yeah,
here we're
what a-
talking about weird cats, and I am forgetting that the reason Sammy is suddenly trying to get into my plate is for the bread. He loves bread and crackers.
Huh.
Mhm.
You know,
I-
I mean, when I've had a sandwich, I try to give him a bit of lunch meat,
hmm
and he'll just kind of sniff it and give it a lick or two and leave it.
Right.
But if I tear off little pieces of bread, he just scarfs them down.
Yeah, Sylvia loves the bread.
Now, my cat Smudge, uh, he loved cheese. Any kind of cheese, didn't matter what it was. You open a package of cheese, and he would come running and be like, "Meow, meow," until you gave him a piece, and then he'd eat it, and then he'd look up at you and go, "Meow, meow," and then you'd start batting at your hand again. And if you had it like this, he would literally wrap his paws around your hand, pull it down to his mouth, and go, "Nom nom nom." He
Yeah.
loved cheese.
Yeah. It's just
I
weird to
miss him.
have a cat that just snubs the meat but wants all the bread.
Hmm.
And absolutely his most favorite thing are Cheez-Its.
Oh my goodness.
Jeez.
I was going through a container of them, and there was one in there that was burnt. So I just dropped it in the garbage. I didn't think of it. That is the only time he has ever tried to take anything out of the garbage.
Huh.
Again, the lunch meat wrappers will sit there for days. He won't pay any attention to them. But he smelled the Cheez-It in there. He was going to get it.
Mhm.
Well, the extra toasty Cheez-Its variety is like a really good. It's the best.
Oh, I
The
love
one where
those.
yeah. I'm
Well,
just saying.
not the extra toasty, but they have the Cheez-Its that have like extra cheese.
Extra cheesy. Yeah, my son
Sure.
loves those.
Yeah, those are the ones we get.
Tornado loves those. I've tried them. I can eat a couple of them, but after a couple of them, it starts giving me, I wouldn't say acid reflux, but it just doesn't sit well.
Oh, you know what's the very best thing with the Cheez-Its? Float them in tomato soup.
Kind of like goldfish.
That's
Yep.
the first thing
Yeah,
I
but the
thought of.
Cheez-Its are so much better because if you got the extra cheesy ones, they've got, such a more intense flavor.
Well, maybe if I ever ate tomato soup,
Oh,
because I really don't. It's usually chicken noodle.
ugh. I like cream of chicken. I like tomato soup. Tomato bisque is good.
Tomato soup is a nice comfort food, especially when I've just come out in from working in the cold.
I
Tomato
like
soup
pho.
and grilled cheese.
Pho is really good. Yeah,
What
pho.
the hell? Getting spam calls
Ah?
at this time of hour?
Pho's okay.
I like it.
Um,
Although if there isn't one near you, it's a long, long way to run.
mhm. Yes.
Well,
Sorry.
this bread came a long way.
Actually, I'm not sorry at all. That was a bad joke, and I love it.
This bread came a long way.
Mm.
Part of the pilgrimage for Sloth Girl going to Kenosha, Wisconsin,
Oh my.
is to get the bread from Panini's Bakery
Oh. Okay.
and then to get a various cheese and sausage from Tenuta's Deli.
Mm.
Yeah, she's half Italian, so this is authentic Italian food for her.
Oh my. I'm only a quarter Italian, I think
Yeah.
it is.
And and just because it's over 350 miles away, so it's something she can only get about once or twice a year.
Mm.
Yeah. Arg.
Oh, Sammy. You silly Sammy.
Yeah, no, I think it's official that I'm going through menopause, Diana.
Oh, congratulations.
Oh no. Oh, I
My
tell you
mom
what.
referred to it as mental pause.
Well, I'm lucky so far I haven't had night sweats, but I had a period where I would have night sweats every other day, and this is like years ago. I'd wake up and just be soaked and the bed would be soaked, and it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
So it's
okay.
possible I could have been going through premenopause for years and not even known it. But I've gotten to the point where I've hit the hot flashes, and it's like somebody's just my chest
Yep.
right here is just on fire.
Ugh,
I was
sounds
saying
like
before
so
you
much
came
fun.
in,
Yeah,
I was saying that's the problem with transitioning at my age. My
Mhm.
body doesn't know if I'm going through puberty or menopause.
yeah. So I've started keeping a fan with me. See, pretty.
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
Yes. So anytime I get too hot, it's like, and it works so far. I don't have to stick myself in a freezer. But there are times when I have felt like I just wanted to put my whole body inside
Well,
a freezer.
maybe if you're lucky, I mean, this is a better time for it to be starting.
Yeah.
And maybe you can get through it during the winter before it starts heating up again in the spring.
Well, we don't really have winter until like
Yeah.
late December, early
Well,
January.
yeah,
Winter comes with the quotation marks.
Yeah, no, I know you don't really have winter
Well-
there, but
Well, Grey Wolf, you're like 3 hours to the south of me
Something along those lines. Maybe
because
4.
we're in Crystal River in Citrus County. I'm not sure which county you're in, but I know that Tampa
Sarasota County.
is 2 hours to the south of me by car. So
So
depending on.
yeah, I'm about an hour from Tampa.
Yes, I was right, about 3 hours to the south of us. So you're actually a lot warmer than I am, generally speaking. Right now, we're probably in the mid to low 70s, maybe
Yeah,
upper
I've got
60s.
76 right now. It was a
Yeah.
high of 83 today.
Yeah, let me see what our temperatures are right
yeah,
now.
for us, those are the temperatures for kind of the middle to the end of August.
Yeah, let's see. I can do it this way. Yeah, we were glued to Bay News 9 during the hurricane. It's like, where's it going? What's it doing? Where's it going to hit?
Yeah.
I wish I had stuck with the panhandle.
Let's see. What is our temperature? Pinellas is 76. Let's see what's going on here. Polk is 75. Citrus should be coming up here in a minute.
Well, for us,
Yeah, we're
most
74 right now. So,
For us, most days are in the 40s. If we get 50, that's a heat wave,
mm,
and definitely dropping below freezing every night.
oh,
Hey, demanding kitty has had enough treats.
Those words just do not translate into cat.
mm.
I got to look at the cat dictionary. And in the cat dictionary, next to no, it says a word used for dogs.
Yeah.
Sammy is generally a very good kitty. He just is really obsessed with the spread. Although Skitscrasher, just before we left for our trip, Skitscrasher had sent us a package. So I've got like a new a new plaything and a container full of his usual treats.
Aha.
Yeah, it's one of those puzzle box things that you put the treats in, and he has to figure out how to get them out.
Oh my.
The lemon configuration.
What's that?
The lemon configuration.
I don't know what you mean.
A
It's-
lemon.
No, it's the puzzle box from Hellraiser.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I don't know that movie, so
The first configuration is this square cube thing that's in the lemon configuration.
Mhm.
I haven't watched that in so long. Like, it's been since the early 90s since I've watched Hellraiser.
I watched the recent one that they released, the 2022 remake. It was actually pretty good.
Hmm.
just my type,
Peanut
not my type of movie. I just never watched those.
Yeah, there's a lot of movies I watched way back in the day when I was working in video stores that I would have no interest in now.
Hmm.
I like horror movies.
Well, my late fiance loved horror movies, so I'd watch them with her. But yeah, well, I always had to preface it before we started with,
It's good.
is this one you're trying to take seriously, or can I point out all the scientific problems?
Oh, they do definitely have a lot of scientific problems with horror movies.
But I had to ask her that before every movie started, just to know how I was supposed to be watching it. Yeah, because some of them, like the Sci-Fi Channel ones that were really bad,
Holy.
she could get into that too, and we'd have fun just, picking up all the reasons why this creature could not actually exist on Earth type things.
The one that always kind of bothered me a little bit was when they'd go to an alien planet and there'd be like beasts of burden, horses and crap that are clearly Earth animals. Like they didn't even slap some makeup on the Earth animal at all. They just went, yeah, this is, a fucking alien horse. That always bothered me.
Okay, one thing that the new Avatar movie is coming out, and one thing I think most people have not thought about is that their, ponytail thing, that they stuck those together like they were making love.
No, they
But
didn't.
They plugged that same thing into the animals.
No. That's not their genitalia. That is a psychic connection, an empathetic connection.
Yeah.
It connects their brains, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still seem kind of weird.
Eh. I don't know. It makes perfect sense to me, but
Yeah.
So I thought what made less sense was the fact that they had 4 limbs rather than 6, like pretty much
Yeah.
everything else on the planet.
That's true. Most of the animals were hexapods. I had worked out at one time how a hexapod dragon could have evolved from a line of dinosaurs. Basically, starting out with one set of ribs, mutating and growing in strangely, so that they supported a big sail of skin that, through a whole series of steps I had laid out, could eventually evolve into a wing. So basically, the concept I had was that the third rib behind the shoulder wound up growing in upside down and eventually developed a joint to be a wing.
seems like that would take a lot of luck.
Well, yeah, but, it's what happens. You can get a freak mutation, and if it's not weeded out and goes on for a few million years,
Yeah.
as long as it's not something that's actually detrimental to the animal.
Well, that's the whole point. Yeah, that.
Well, that is the point. It would take a big old rib thingy sticking out of you. It could be pretty detrimental.
Yeah, but I thought, with it holding up the big skin flap, that could actually be an advantage as like a display area for attracting a mate.
Maybe.
Because a lot of dinosaurs had those sort of things. So that's kind of the thing with evolution, that could it serve some interim purpose in between just being a random mutation and becoming something useful? Would it be some benefit to the animal in between there?
Well, I mean, that's kind of my point, though, is I'm not sure I see the interim benefit of those ribs growing in funky, but I mean, the only one I can possibly think of is as some sort of protection, like the pointy bits are sticking out and makes them hard to bite.
That was actually part of it, yeah, that, basically there was a point at the end, so it was kind of like having a claw there. Yeah, Sammy's being cute now. I got to upload pictures from my phone more often to show people. I had actually considered setting up Sammy with his own account on Twitter.
Oh my.
I was gonna get him an account titled Handsome Kitty. But I would post so erratically, I don't know if he'd ever get anyone following him.
Well, it's like there are people that I have that are on Twitter that are following me, and I'm like, but I don't ever post. Why are you following me? I don't do anything on Twitter.
Well, I do that with a lot of people, because on Twitter, following somebody is such a passive thing. It doesn't take any energy. If they don't post, it just doesn't show up, and when they post, something shows up in your feed.
Right, but it's like, I don't understand why they're following me. I don't do anything. I mean, okay, I'm on movie night occasionally. I'm on here. Yeah. I'm a very uninteresting person.
You must have interesting keywords.
No. Sure don't. No, my biggest concern right now, other than tornado, is my puppy. We're going to have to put him down.
Oh no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, he's getting to the point where he's in pain. You can tell because he's whining a lot lately. But it's going to cost me $250 to put him down, and I have to save up that money, and it's just.
Yeah.
But he's old. He's lived 14 years. He's had a long life, and for a German Shepherd mix, that's a pretty long time for him to live.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
And I can't get him in a car to get him to the vet. So it's not
you
like
want
I
to
can
take
just
care
take
of him properly, though, and people would understand that. That's definitely something. You could put a GoFundMe up, and I'm sure that the people who know you from movie night would help out with the expense for that.
Well, I hate the thought of it, but
yeah, well, I wasn't thrilled about asking people for money to buy a vehicle either. Actually,
well, no,
I told them not to, but
We did it anyway.
I don't even want to.
Yeah.
I know that feeling. Unfortunately for me, the piece of shit my mom bought me, I drove it 500 miles in 3 years. I don't even think it was 500 miles. I went from 909,909 to 1,004 10. So yeah, just maybe a little over 500 miles in 3 years because
hmm
the car was unreliable. It had a transmission issue, and it's just like, yeah. And that's one of the many things she holds against me because I didn't get a job while the car was running. Okay, the car sat with a transaxle housing crack in it for 6 months while I got the money together to fix it. So, what do you want me to do, Ma? I would have had to quit my job if I had a job. And she doesn't get that Tornado is a full-time job.
Yeah.
She doesn't understand that. And
Well, like I
unfortunately,
said, I understand raising kids. I don't understand raising an autistic kid apart from what I'm, hearing from a couple of you people.
okay, most kids, by the time they're 14, you can leave them to themselves.
Yep.
You can go to work. You know they're going to be okay. They know the basics of how to take care of themselves. They don't need to constantly call mom and say, "Hey, mom, how do I do this?" They're generally pretty self-reliant by the age of 14, 15. With Tornado, it's more a matter of, say he's cooking something on the stove and he gets distracted by something. That distraction could last for several hours. And if he's wearing
Unfortunately,
his headset and playing music at the time, he won't hear the timer on
Yeah.
the stove go off. So, he could set the house on fire.
unfortunately, Tornado's never going to be self-reliant.
Well,
really.
yeah, I understand being autistic. I
Right.
still can't comprehend what it would be like to have a child that's autistic. Because, just raising kids normally is just so much constantly being aware of everything.
Well, it's a matter of he doesn't have a scheduled sleep pattern. He will break his sleep pattern. Sometimes he sleeps during the day. Sometimes he sleeps at night.
Mhm.
Sometimes he doesn't go to sleep until early morning, so he's asleep until mid-afternoon. And then if I'm keeping with his sleep schedule, then of course he'll wake me up. If I'm not keeping up with his sleep schedule and say I go to bed and he's up and he goes to sleep in the middle of the day and I go to sleep at a normal night time period, like 9:30, 10 o'clock, I can expect to get woken up in the middle of the night, say 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, with him going, "Mom, I'm hungry."
Mhm.
Okay. Or I get woke up by him fiddling around in the kitchen, which is right next to my bedroom, and he doesn't think to be quiet while he's doing stuff. So it's normal, everyday close, open, bang the cabinet shut, bang the refrigerator shut. It's like, so it wakes me up. And then once I'm woke up, I'm awake. I don't normally go back to sleep. So it's like, or I've gone out to run an errand and I'm gone for longer than I expect. I get a call on my cell phone, "Mom, when are you going to be home? I miss you. I was worried about you. When are you coming home?"
Mhm.
And when I was working, I would constantly get those calls every hour and a half. "Mom, when are you coming home?" "Talon, I'm at work. I can't talk to you." "But Mom, I miss you. When are you coming home?" And I get in trouble for having a cell phone on the floor. And I have to explain, my son is autistic. I have to have the cell phone on me in case there's a problem. For his babysitter or for the school, I have to have the cell phone. "Well, you can't be on it while you're on the floor." No, I have to have it on me. "Well, you can't take calls while you're on the floor." Okay, fine. That's fine. I can take a 15-minute break to find out what's going on if I get a call. But yeah, they were not understanding of that. And, that's what's going to happen if I work again, and not to mention having to find someone to stay with him during the day. That costs money. That costs
Yeah,
a lot.
and how many people can you find Well, babysit a 25-year-old.
Well, I mean, if you just like, leave him in a box out in front of the fire station, they have to take him, no questions asked, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, were he my age, were he 65, it would be a little bit easier to have
Right,
somebody to
because
look after him.
right. Well, and I could get that if I wanted to sit there and say I can't take care of him. And then of course they would want to put him in a home.
Right.
Right.
And you don't want that.
No, I don't. And I don't know what I know what average babysitting costs are for when he's in school. It ranged anywhere, excuse me, from $150 a week if I was lucky to upwards of $300 or $400 a week.
Yeah.
So, there's 3/4 of my paycheck right there. So for adult babysitting, it's a base of $300 a week to start out and going up to $600 or $700 a week.
Mm-hmm.
So I could work and all I'd be paying would be the babysitting costs. And
Yeah.
I should say not babysitting, but adult care costs.
Yeah.
Well, I use the term for myself, so
Yeah. So, it's just not feasible. I wouldn't have any money left at the end of the year, end of the month anyway,
Mhm.
because all the fees would be going towards babysitting.
Yeah.
It would cost.
Wait a minute.
Anyway-
Wait a minute. What fees would go to babysitting? I thought it wasn't feasible. Sorry. No, I'm not.
So it's just not going to work. I can't afford to pay $600 or $700 if I'm lucky for a week of babysitting. If it's that much, it's going to be $1,400 every 2 weeks. Well, there's my entire paycheck.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I mean, well, shit, you're lucky then, because that's my entire month's stake.
Well, we live on $841 a month. So, I just, I don't, it just hard. I would love to have a vehicle, but again, that's another expense that I can't really afford, because once I have a vehicle, I have to pay for the insurance, which,
Yep.
of course, I could go back with State Farm.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to have insurance to even keep the thing in the garage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yep.
That's why I had to keep my old car that wasn't running all this time, just so I could keep the insurance on it. Otherwise, when I got a new vehicle and I try to get the insurance, they'll say I'm an uninsured driver and hit me for 4 times the rate.
Mm-hmm.
So for 5
Well,
months, I've
that's-
been paying insurance on a car that can't be driven.
That's not how it works here in Florida. Here in Florida, if you have a vehicle, even if it's not running, you have to keep it insured, and because if you don't, they will take away your driver's license.
Okay, I haven't seen that part of it.
Well, that's just here in Florida because they have so many accidents all the time that they don't want people to be uninsured. They will give you a warning. They'll be like, okay, well, your car isn't insured. You need to get it insured. You have this amount of time to get an insurance on your car. If you don't get it, we start adding points to your license. Once the points get to a certain point, we take away your license. And then you have to pay back insurance and go through a course, blah, 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 this, blah, 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 that, to get your license back. And if it happens repeatedly, you will have your driver's license revoked
Mm-hmm.
permanently in the state of Florida. So, I had a 1 month period where I didn't have insurance as I was switching insurance companies. And I got a notice in the mail that said, hey, Are you getting new insurance for your vehicle? Please say yes, no, blah. Call this number. Let us know what's going on. So they're
Right.
on the ball about wanting you to have insurance on your vehicle. So, yeah, I could go through if I get another vehicle, which is not likely because I'm, like I said, $41 a month is not enough to make insurance pay or car payments. And I don't want another 21-year-old vehicle. You know, that's
Yeah.
just not going to work.
I'll be honest, I thought you were about to say 21-year-old child.
Well, my mom paid $3,000 for the car she bought me when I got here that had the transmission problems.
Mhm.
And I'd already put over $1,000 in it in repairs. And there were still $1,000 for both front windows, $500 to replace the leaking water pump, and $500 to replace the left front CV axle. So there's $2,000 right there. Then
Yeah.
you get the real expense, replacing the transmission. That can range anywhere from $3,000 to $5,000. So, you know, I sold the car for scrap
Yep.
because that would have been $8,000. That $8,000 could have gone towards a better vehicle.
Yeah. Well,
So,
that's, I do get a little sentimental about a vehicle that has served me well for several years.
yeah.
So I'm not happy about it. But yeah, like I say, the only reason I've still held on to my Ford Focus is because that I've got to make sure that I can transfer the insurance before I, and get the plates on the new thing.
You should be able to. That's relatively easy.
Well, yeah, it's easy. It just means, like I say, that I've had to be keeping the insurance up on it, even though I haven't been able to drive it for 5 months.
Right.
So,
Yep.
that's basically a couple $100 for absolutely nothing,
Yeah.
except for the fact to say that I've got insurance.
Right. And my insurance was only was running $60 a month for my car for the basics because we have to have $10,000 liability here in Florida. No, that is standard for all insurance.
Yeah.
You cannot have insurance without it here. Because there is they have a certain amount, $10,000 liability and uninsured motorist costs that are tacked onto the insurance.
Yep. Yeah,
but-
I just had the minimum on mine.
Well, that was the minimum.
liability to
Yeah.
get the So I was
And-
paying about the same. I was paying like $65 a month.
Yeah.
I'm sure the new one's going to be significantly more just because it's a much larger vehicle.
Not necessarily. What'd you get?
It's a Toyota Sierra minivan,
Huh.
but I know that part of the insurance calculation is just based on the gross weight of the vehicle,
Oh,
just
okay.
on the assumption that the heavier it is, the more damage it'll do if it hits something.
Right. Well, all I know is I had a Oldsmobile Intrigue. So it wasn't a small vehicle, but it wasn't a large vehicle either. Mid-size. So, but it was a 2001. So it was 20 years old when I sold it for scrap.
Yeah.
And you could do that to help once you can transfer stuff. I would suggest look online about selling your car online. For
Well,
scrap.
yeah, definitely. I will be.
I got
But-
$560 for my car.
I'm surprised it's that much, but I know the
there
price
was
of used cars really went up, so I suppose that has driven up the price of parts as well.
I would assume so, but my car was still running if the battery had been charged,
Mhm.
it would have still ran. But the there's a place, I don't remember where I went. I would have to look it up. But if you type up selling your car
Oh yeah.
for scrap, you get a list of people that
Oh
will
yeah.
buy your car. And there was one company, they started out with a low ball figure of $450. And I was thinking about it, and I just sat there and I let it alone. Then 2 days later, I came back. They had raised it up to 500. I left it alone. And by the 3 weeks later, when I finally decided, yes, I was going to sell the car, they had it up to $560. So I took
Yeah,
it.
I figured I could get a couple $100 from one of the
I was surprised I got
local
that
salvage
much.
yards.
Mhm.
But yeah, too. My Ford is it's a 2002, so it's 20 years
Mhm.
old now. Also,
Yeah. So. Oh.
but yeah, unfortunately, with the issue it was having,
Hmm.
my brother's a professional mechanic, and yeah, he
Ah.
was telling me that yeah, basically the way it's leaking into the cylinders would basically
Oh.
require tearing down half the engine to replace all the gaskets, and that was going
Right.
to be a few $1,000s, and that car's just not worth that much.
Right. Well, I looked at the used car lots around here, and the cheapest car I can find that's not 20 years old is $4,000. And
Yeah, I
I
was
Yeah.
shocked when I started looking too, and that's well,
and,
this van I got is a 2008, so it's already
Mhm.
14 years old,
right.
and we wound up having to pay over 12,000 for it.
Oh
Yeah,
my god.
I got lucky with my car. My aunt was getting was actually belonged to my aunt, and she had to have the motor rebuilt in it. And she said my car was crapping out on me, so I was going, well, I'm just gonna get a new car, or just pay me for the cost of the engine. You can have this one.
Ugh,
Hmm.
well, that was nice of her.
Yeah, that was really
Yeah.
nice.
Well, that had always been my trick before, was that, I never had money for a car, so I always deliberately tried to find a car that was something broken that I thought I could fix myself.
Mm-hmm.
Like even the Ford Focus. Well, for this one, I had to hire a mechanic, but basically,
Mhm.
it had been sitting in somebody's yard for a couple of years. I don't know what they did to it, but the whole front suspension was messed up. So I bought the car for $1,500, but I brought it to a local mechanic who basically, rebuilt the whole steering and suspension in the front end for another $1,500. So
Well,
for
that's not
$3,000,
bad.
I had something that was highway viable.
Mm-hmm.
My best one of those was many years ago. I had a 76 Chevy Nova, and it broke the timing chain.
Oh.
And I went to a police auction. I found another 76 Nova that actually ran, but the back axle was bent.
Hmm.
So I just ripped the back axle out of the first one, stuck it in the second one, and we were all good.
Right. Hmm.
When did I
Oh,
surround myself with grown-ups?
Oh my goodness. I don't know. But yeah, I can look at the used cars in the area. Like they want for a used 2014 Chevrolet Silverado, they want $20,000 for
yeah.
it.
Well, I looked at the the used lots around here, and
Mhm.
literally I could not find anything at all for under $6,000 or $7,000, regardless of what kind of car you were talking about.
Yeah. This is the cheapest one I've seen recently. Used 2012 Mazda 3i Touring something or other. They want
Yeah.
$7,000 for it.
Well, this one my brother decided was a really good deal because one, this engine just is known to go 250,000 miles.
Mm-hmm.
And despite its age, this one has extremely low mileage.
Right. Well, all of these have at least 130,000 miles.
Yeah, well,
So,
if this one will make it to 200,000 miles on what I drive, that'll be more than 10 years.
mm-hmm.
Because generally, I don't put on, at most like 5,000 miles a year.
Right. I
And
don't.
that includes the fact that a trip out to Diana and back is 2,000 miles.
Yeah. Well, we have so many actual car dealerships out
Mhm.
here that I'm sure that's driving up the costs.
Yeah. Diana, Clockwork Rex is asking if he can join in.
Oh. You have a Twitter account?
I should be able to send him the link here if that's okay with you.
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay, Rex, check your Discord and tell me if that link works.
Well, I'm hoping my memory has not failed me and that I'm correct about which one Clockwork Rex is.
He's the big dinosaur that you have to wind up every morning.
Oh, of course. How could I have been so silly?
They actually don't interact with him a whole lot just because of different time zones. So he tends to do things online when even I'm ready to go to bed.
I have to admit, it's been a bit of an adjustment living on the East Coast again, because I'm used to so many things starting at other times.
Okay.
Yeah, you're used to things starting so early in the evening to be in other people's time zones.
Yep.
So it's kind of like your whole life has gotten pushed back 2 hours every day now.
And then there's all those weirdos who live in Australia.
Yeah. Well, that's why I was telling my brothers this weekend when I got down there that, it was a difficult time for me to adjust. And that's why I didn't have a problem driving all night Thursday night. But trying to get up early on Friday and Saturday morning was another issue because most of the time, Thursday through Saturday, I'm on Australian time.
Mm.
I wind up switching a couple times a week just to be talking to people on different continents.
Mm-hmm.
Although I still can't do mornings, and that's still a problem with the British. Because the freaking people in the UK insist on starting everything 6 hours too early.
Mm.
Darn them. Darn them straight to heck.
Daju korostu.
So is Clockwork Rex with us?
I don't see him yet.
Oh, whoops.
Okay, I sent a link and it
There
came
we
up
go.
with the doc,
There we
so
go. Hey, honey, how you doing?
Pretty good. Thank you very much.
hello.
Hello.
How are
Hey.
you?
Doing okay. Cold and rainy and nasty today, but other than that. Oh, and foggy too.
Hope you didn't have to drive too far.
Oh, no. Well, y'all were talking about cars earlier. I've got a 2006 Honda Ridgeline,
Mm-hmm.
and I've only had 2 problems with it. The rabbit built a nest in the engine compartment and chewed up the wires. So I had to get all those.
Oh,
Yeah. The mechanic had heard of other things building nests in an engine compartment, but not a rabbit.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I
Uh,
had that happen once with my Subaru. That it wound up sitting in a friend's garage for about 3 years, and when we finally got to working on it, the mice had built a nest in it.
Yep.
Somebody
Mice.
bought a
Chipmunk.
car that was to be rebuilt, and he opened the thing up, and a family of possums was living in the thing.
Awesome. But they had never seen a rabbit. I just laughed. I said, okay. And then one summer, I was driving it home from the store because that's usually the only place I go is to the store and back.
Mhm.
And radiator blew out on it.
Oh no.
Everything leaked. All the antifreeze leaked out. It shot one of the fans off. Took out the distributor cap and 4 spark plugs. So
Oof.
that was about $650 to get all that fixed.
Yeah,
Mhm.
But other than that, it runs good.
yeah, that's what I still need to do on this van as a preventative measure. That we need to replace the radiator and heater hoses. They don't look bad, but my brother said he can tell they're original, so that means they're 14 years old, and we can't really trust them.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, my radiator went out with no warning. No warning lights, no nothing. It just
Oh,
went
I've had
boom.
that happen. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've had that happen. That just on the highway, it just blew a hose and lost all the coolant.
Well, luckily I wasn't but about 2.5 miles from my house, so I grabbed my case of beer and just walked it. But it was hot. It was hot that day. So
Yeah, well, that's generally when that sort of thing happens. When the engines are struggling with the heat.
mhm. Well, the thing is, it's a 2006 Honda, and it's only got about 160,000 miles on it, and they're just getting broke in good. A Honda,
Mhm.
Mhm.
it'll go about 250,000 miles before you start to have any kind of serious engine.
Hmm.
Well, I've never owned a Toyota before, but that's why I'm being told about this one that the engine should get to 250,000 before I should have any problem with it.
Oh yeah, you can run the wheels off of how can I put this delicately? A Japan-made car, because they're built to last, not to break.
Hmm.
So. And plus, it was my dad's, and after he died, he left it to me. So I'm trying to do everything I can to keep it from breaking down. So
I get that. The only car I ever got from a family member was, I think it was the first car I ever had, was a 66 Buick Century that my brother gave me when I was moving to Minnesota, with the only requirement for it being that the car never again entered the state of Illinois. No further explanations.
That seems a rather odd condition.
yeah, you don't come here anymore. I'm just saying. That's an old joke.
Mhm.
Yep.
But yeah, after he left it to me, I went and had the oil changed, and I had the radiator fluid checked, and I got the transmission fluid changed. Now that's an important one. I heard
Mhm.
somebody say something about the transmission. Was it E?
Okay.
Yeah.
The car that my mother bought me originally it had a transmission leak, which was the transmission pan gasket needed to be replaced, which I paid the place where I bought it to replace it. I'd put 2 bottles of transmission fluid in it in 7 months. So it was a small leak.
Right.
I got it back, and within 2 weeks, I'd had to put 7 bottles of transmission fluid in it.
Oh,
They had, they didn't replace, we found out they didn't replace the transmission pan gasket like they were supposed to. And they ended up breaking somehow. Somehow, God knows how they did it. They broke the transmission transaxle housing on the transmission,
geez.
which they never should have been touching the transmission's transaxle housing.
Wow.
So they did it on purpose,
Sounds like it.
and so that they could get more money out of me. And I had called them, it took them 2 weeks to supposedly change my transmission pan gasket. And while the car was there, my license plates went missing. They don't know what happened to it. And they're like, we have a problem. They called me 2 days after I had dropped the car off. You don't have any license plates on the car. I'm like, the license plate was on the car when I got there because I checked. I turned around and looked at my car. My license plate was on there. So somebody had to have taken my plates off while it was sitting in your vehicle storage lot. So I ended up that same day going down to the police station and reporting my plates missing. That my plates had been stolen because they still had a good what's the word I'm looking for? Tags. They had good tags. Tags were good for another year and a half. So yeah. But it cost me $1,900 to fix the cracked transmission housing, replaced one of my CV axles, and just, I don't have that kind of money to do something like that again for it. Replacing the transmission, not only do you have to replace the transmission and pay for the labor cost to pull it out and put it in, you still have to pay for the transmission. So, that adds up. Back in
Well, yeah, the labor winds up
1990.
costing you.
Yeah, in the 1990s, I had another car that I had to replace the transmission in it, and that cost me $3,500 back then. Or actually, no,
Yeah.
2000s, because it was while I was working for a Walmart. So 2007, 2008, somewhere around there. So not too long ago. But, prices have only gone up in the last 20 years.
Yeah, well, pretty much the rule of thumb for home repairs or car repairs is about the same.
Yeah.
That the actual materials are only going to be about a third the price, 2/3 of its labor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that's like I have to have a new wire run for my dryer, from my dryer to the fuse box, fuse panel. They want $1,000 to do that, to run one stinking fucking line.
Mhm.
And I could
Of course,
I could
it's a
buy the
10-3,
wire.
but
Well, I could buy the wire. I could buy the PVC pipe they want to run it through. I could buy the hinge fasteners that they wanted to run it for, and I'd still be paying $600 or $700 for them to put it in.
Now, see, that's why I'm trying to get everybody to move close to me. I can do all that stuff. Okay, cars I am hopeless on, but anything that breaks in your house I can fix.
Well,
Oh,
they
no,
have
no.
to take the wire. It's going to go up through the attic. Because I have an attic that runs out over my laundry room, as far as I know.
now this is why you have everybody move close to me. See how that works?
Well, I'm only about
Nicole, yeah,
2,000
you-
miles
So I
from
don't
you,
see how that
Diana.
works.
So you can get your hands on all that Ben and Jerry's.
But yeah, so they want to charge me an arm and a leg to run a single wire.
Mhm.
Because unfortunately, my mother, she had a realty company renting this place out for her, and the rental company had a handyman. And at the time that I first got the house, it had screw-in fuses.
Mhm.
Anybody?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Plus-
I dealt with those.
Yeah.
This house was built in 1964, but those fuses are no longer up to code.
Yeah.
But they kept the initial problem that we're having from occurring. Basically, the rental company, rather than running a new wire to the dryer, they put it on a junction box with the new water heater, which is electric.
Yeah, that sounds like it's drawing way too much power
It's
for one
drawing
circuit.
way too much power from the 20 amp circuit, so I can't run my dryer now for
Yeah.
longer than 15 minutes or the fuse trips. Since we
I'm
took
surprised
all,
you can run it at all. A dryer
well,
should need at least 30 amps on its own.
well, that's the thing. They originally had a 30 amp fuse on that circuit. The problem is we also had the big fat fuses like this, the stick fuses.
Yeah.
They kept burning out.
Oh,
And when they burn out, of course, it kills the power in the entire house.
Hmm.
So the problem was also that because the wiring was no longer up to code and it was pulling out too much amperage, it was causing the wires to burn. So I just put in last year, I shelled out $990
Yep.
that I had saved up to redo the fuse panel in the house. They pulled out all of those screw-in fuses and put in an actual breaker box inside the house.
Yeah. I did that on a
Right.
couple of old houses of upgrading
Mhm.
them to the breakers.
Right. Well, I've got room in the breaker box for a new wire, which is what they want to do. They want to run the new wire to the new breaker box inside, run it up through the attic, and then down into my laundry room, which that's not a problem, but they want $960 to do it.
Yep.
Now, that would be what I would need to go between that and having to put my dog to sleep. That would be what I would want the GoFundMe for, because I would like to be able to use my dryer again.
Well,
But-
I would recommend you do a GoFundMe and you mention both of those problems.
Yeah,
And
because
I'm sure that people will help you. Well, not just that you want to use your dryer again, but it seriously sounds like you're in a situation that is at a high risk of causing a house fire.
right. Well, the breaker trips. It's just I don't have I've already put $1,000 into fixing that breaker issue, and I just don't have another $1,000 to do it. And it's like I can't ask my mom for help, and my mom's the one who gave me this house. She knew there were issues in the house, and I tried to explain to her about the junction box, and she's like, "Well, you're just going to have to do it yourself. I can't help you." And it's just, it frustrates me to no end because I'm supposed to drop everything for her, but she will not help me.
That's how I felt about most of my family for so many years. That's a big part of why I was so distanced from my family.
I love my mom because she's my mom, but I remember why I hate her as a person.
No, see, I had always felt this way, and Leo Biscaglia cleared it up for me. That he was saying that, some people do that, like, you have to love me, I'm your mother.
No,
And he
I
said,
love.
No, you got to do better than that.
Well, yes, that's not what I mean. I mean, I do love her.
Hmm.
I do love her because she's my mom. I love her. We were not easy to raise. We had a lot of problems with that. But as an adult, I can't stand her.
Hmm.
As I have been ripped into, she accuses me of using my son, my autistic child, as a way to not have to work. That I
Okay.
use him as I don't know the term, but basically all I want him for is his money because he gets SSI because he's disabled.
Yeah.
Those are the kind of comments I get anytime I ask her for any kind of help. I get degraded, I get chewed out, I get bitched at And then the minute she wants something from me, she's all lovey-dovey and nice and says, well, I can do this for you if you need me to. Or she wants to go to the grocery store, but she doesn't want to go in. She'll call me and ask me if I need anything. And I'm like, okay, well, I need this. Well, come on, I'll pick you up. And the minute I get in the car, she's like, while you're in the grocery store, get this, this, and this, and this, and this. So that she can sit in her car and not have to go in.
Mm-hmm.
So,
fortunately now most stores will do that for you.
Yeah. I get my groceries delivered now. I don't have to worry about her. Occasionally I can't get what I want, but that's an inconvenience that I deal with because I can have Walmart deliver them for me.
But I mean, even for her now.
Mm-hmm. Well, they don't
most
do
stores you can call ahead for what you want and they'll do the curbside service.
Oh yeah. I know, but she doesn't think about that. So it's just so frustrating. Yeah.
Well, see, I live out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. It takes me 45 minutes to get to Walmart, so they won't do that.
I used to live somewhere similar to that. It was a 30-minute drive, though.
Yeah, when I lived in Upper Michigan, I actually had to drive an hour into Wisconsin for the closest Walmart.
Oh God. Wow. No, I used to live in central Missouri, in New Bloomfield, which is a tiny town of 300 people. When I was growing up, it's gone up to 1,600 now. So it's gotten bigger, but there's no grocery store. There's only one gas station through the entire town, and it's a small community. And the closest store, you can go to a little grocery store, but the closest Walmart is 30 minutes away. So yeah,
I feel you.
Yep.
But now I live in Florida, and I live in an actual city, so there's 4 Walmarts within 10 miles.
To this day, I have yet to set foot in a Walmart.
Really?
Yep.
Lucky you.
Yeah, I know. That's the closest pharmacy that'll fill my mom's medication, so I have to go there sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
They're the only places that sell the type of jeans they like to wear.
it's Walmart.
Come here, puppy.
Yeah, I'm trying to build a whole new wardrobe, but for 25 years I bought all of my clothes at Menards. They had the jeans I liked, and they kept giving me free T-shirts. What more did I need?
Really?
I don't even think there's one of those around here.
Yeah, they're a regional chain. They're pretty much in the Midwest. I don't think they go very far south. I know the furthest east they go is Ohio. Because when I lived in New York, we didn't have them there, and I rather missed it.
Fair enough.
The one good thing I can say about Ohio is it is the only state that has both Walmart and Wegmans, because they both stop there.
Well,
Wegmans is a family-owned East Coast grocery chain, so Ohio is the furthest west they'll go. And Menards is basically like Home Depot, but it is a family-owned
You gotta
company.
go outside? Let's go potty.
Yeah. Menards is a family-owned company. So, one, they always have all sorts of rebates. I get tons of free stuff. But also, they treat their employees very well. I've known several people who have worked there. And, they've always been very good to their employees.
Okay, where the region you're at, do you have a Hardee's, or is it called Carl's Jr.?
Yeah, we've got Hardee's here.
Okay. I don't know how far west you got to go before it switches over to Carl's Jr.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird ones like that. And In the Midwest, we have gas station convenience stores called Quick Trip,
Mm-hmm.
spelled with a K, which is completely unrelated from the chain in the South called Quick Trip.
Oh.
Yeah, I've seen those. I've seen them.
Not,
They're not
Yeah,
the same. Yeah, they're
I
not the
think
same.
in the South they spell it with a Q, but they're both pronounced Quick Trip, but the two companies have nothing to do with each other.
oh.
Oh, okay. Well, here's a pro tip. Stay away from gas station burritos and gas station hot dogs.
Gas station sushi.
Oh,
Actually,
yeah.
one of the things I like about Quick Trip is, besides the fact that they've got the E15 gas, which is usually 20 cents a gallon cheaper, they actually have some pretty good hot food. It's actually a pretty good place to pick up lunch in a hurry. They're also the only place in the Midwest I've seen that sells the milk in bags.
Milk in bags. Okay.
Never
I've
seen
heard-
that.
Yeah.
It's the only chain in the Midwest I've ever seen them that the milk comes in plastic bags.
From
And I get it. It's a lot less packaging, and it reduces the cost of the packaging for them. They just
Fair.
expect you're going to get it home and you're going to pour it into a pitcher and keep it that way.
uh, oh.
My grandparents had a farm, and I used to have to go when I went out there and stayed with them to
Mhm.
milk the cows and then churn it.
Yep,
Get
my
the butter.
uncle owned a dairy farm.
Oh God, those are loud.
Yep.
Oh.
That's like an all-week job. You don't get a day off.
Nope.
Yeah.
When I moved up here, I worked at one for about 3 months, and then I was like, no, fuck this shit.
Yeah, that was in the 70s. My uncle had a dairy farm. I think he had about 200 head of cattle.
Oh, I don't know how many. I didn't count. But yeah, it was
Oh.
every day, at least
Oh.
once, probably twice a day.
Oh.
Now that's a job. But now I work on a Black Angus farm, and we grow vegetables around here. And I do that, and I work at a goat farm.
Oh.
You got to watch a goat.
Oh yeah. Goats are mean.
You got to keep your eye on them. If you don't, they'll come up and headbutt you.
Or bite you.
Yeah. Well, they always, if I turned my back and there was one behind me, they try to take me out at the knees.
Mm.
Yeah, at a petting zoo once, I turned my back on a goat, and it was almost the cartoon thing, because he got me square in the butt and lifted me off the ground an inch.
Yep. If they can get you, they'll get you. They sell goat milk off of the
Mhm.
farm, and I got some one time, and it was all right. I mean, it wasn't bad.
Yeah, my brother has a problem with dairy, and it's not the lactose; it's the casein.
Uh,
But apparently, in goat or sheep milk, there's not nearly as much of it as in cow's milk.
Right.
So like he can't have regular cheese, but he can have cheese from goat or cheese milk or goat or sheep milk.
my sister's like that, except it's lactose. She can't tolerate the lactose.
Yeah. Well, one of my sisters had the same problem growing up, and it was a good thing that my uncle had that farm, that he kept a couple of goats, because until she was a teenager, she couldn't drink cow's milk either. She could only drink goat milk.
I drink half and half.
What I'm trying to figure out is how exactly someone milks an almond.
I was just getting ready to say my sister drinks almond milk, and I'm like,
I've
how do
actually
they
I've actually made my own. I've made my own almond milk before. It's actually pretty easy.
Yeah, I really don't drink milk. It does not agree with my system. And it's weird. I can have all the cheese I want.
Mm.
It's only milk and ice cream that has that kind of effect on me. And yeah, I'll still indulge in the ice cream occasionally. I just have to make sure that I'm not going anywhere the next day.
Right.
I have to make sure that I stay within 50 feet of the bathroom at all times after that.
Wait, like, is lactose intolerance something you can grow out of?
Yes.
Okay, because I guess I must have. Because as a kid, yeah, I had a problem with dairy. Now, not so much.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying with my sister, that when she was young, she had a problem with it. By the time she was a teenager, it wasn't an issue anymore.
Well, it's like becoming allergic to shellfish.
Yep.
My sister was fine with milk growing up, but once she hit about 25 or 30, she started having a problem with it. And I've got an uncle. He's 80 now, 81.
Mhm.
But he used to eat shellfish all the time, and now he can't. If he eats it, he'll break out. Like almost like anaphylactic shock.
Crazy pants.
I have a bit of a problem with
that-
whole corn.
Yeah.
If I eat it, I'll end up with I can end up with stomach cramps.
That would be horrible for me if I developed a shellfish allergy and could never have shrimp and crab again.
Oh, I love crab legs.
I love crab legs. I love cocktail shrimp.
Oh, I love them.
You know, yeah, if I couldn't eat that anymore, I would be very upset.
Well, when I had to, like, when I was having those seizures and they were triggered by food, one of the things I couldn't have was ginger. And it's in so many things, ginger is. So,
Yep.
I was like, seriously, my diet got so bland for a while that now, even after like the seizures have been repaired, yay, brain surgery, for like a really long time, my diet, my menu still hasn't recovered. I still can't remember what to eat
Yeah.
anymore. It's weird.
Well, many years ago when I was younger, we went to Red Lobster with my brothers when they had the all-you-can-eat shrimp things. And we were sitting there and just scarfing them down. And, you know, after we were all on like our fourth plate, the manager came out and said that he was worried they might run out of shrimp. And he said that he would give each of us any entree on the menu if we would just agree to stop eating the shrimp.
And did you?
So after 4 plates of shrimp, we each had a steak.
Well, hey, how about that? Surf and
Now,
turf.
here's the question. Did
Yeah.
all of you manage to keep it down afterward?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well,
I've
you
never had
know.
that kind of problem.
You never know.
Oh, I just had a flash of the movie The Great Outdoors with
Yes,
John
that's what I
Candy
was
and
thinking
Dan
of. The old 96er.
Yeah.
Well, the
There's-
only time I've had a problem keeping shrimp down is if it was at a buffet that they left it out too long.
Oh, yeah. That's not.
I remember
There's
once
nothing but gristle and fat on that plate. Uh huh.
I went to this place. I ordered a large pizza. Had the garlic bread, and they had a salad there because they had really good salads. That place ate everything, and the waiter was like looking at me like, "Where the hell did you put that all?"
Yeah, when Sloth Girl came to visit me in New York, we went to an IHOP when they had an all-you-can-eat pancake thing. And yeah, just when I was on my 5th plate, the waitress asked where I was putting it.
It wasn't all that hard with that pizza because they had relatively thin crust on that pizza.
Oh, yeah. If I eat like a pan pizza, yeah, I can't eat very much of that. We'd go to Pizza Hut in my hometown, and they had a really good salad bar. And I would like go 2 or 3 times to the salad bar and then come back and eat a couple pieces of pizza. And Mom and Dad and my sister would look at me like, God damn, how do you eat all that? And I'm just like, I don't know. I can't do it now, but I mean, I did back then.
I've never quite understood the appeal of Pizza Hut. I don't get it. Like the crust is like cardboard. It's just icky.
Hey,
Little mini
cheese
circle
on
buns are
cardboard
okay.
is still cheese.
Yeah, but it's still cardboard. I'd rather have pizza that's not cardboardy. I don't know. I don't get it. It's like I'm in a lot of 80s groups, you know,
Yeah.
because I'm an 80s kid, dyed in the wool, obviously. And there's like
Yeah,
this
that's
weird fetish that a lot of folks have for Pizza Hut and Blockbuster. And
Yeah.
I'm like, I worked for Blockbuster in high school. Blockbuster sucked, right? Like there were much better video stores out there, but for some reason Blockbuster gets the nods in all these nostalgia groups. Same thing with Pizza Hut. I'm like, there was much better pizza out there. Pizza
Yeah.
Hut was nasty. Why? I don't get it. It's just weird to me.
No, I agree
remember
with
the,
you. Pizza Hut was pretty far down the list of the places I'd go to.
I remember
Well,
the old pre-Blockbuster time when we had this place called Video World. Now that was a pretty good place.
Well, I worked for a place called Empire Video, and it was wonderful. It was like all the bells and whistles. It was such a great place. I miss it terribly. I really do.
When
I
Sloth
thought you
Girl
were going
gave
to
me a
say
new
Empire
wallet,
Record.
Sloth Girl made a new wallet for me, and as I was transferring my cards, I realized I still have a card for Hollywood Video.
Oh, I can't remember the name of the little hole-in-the-wall video place I used to go to. But I had a card for that, and I found it the other day, and I was like, I still have this?
Well, the best one, I don't even remember the name of the place, but yeah, it was, just a single outlet. It wasn't part of a chain. It was right
Yeah,
next door to El Cheapo Records in St. Paul.
Yeah, this was like a family-owned
Yeah.
little hole-in-the-wall. Yeah.
And this was the same thing it was a family owned thing, so that instead of buying 500 copies of the newest release, they'd only get like 5 copies of it, but it would allow them to have some of the more, eclectic and off the wall things, stuff that you won't find at Blockbuster and the big chains.
Diana, wakey, share this picture.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there's Ox.
No,
Yeah.
I do not like StreamYard where I can't just share stuff, where it has to be approved like that. So that is the place where I worked in high school, Empire Video.
Is there a way of changing the settings for your StreamYard so you don't have to? So the
No,
person
no.
running it.
No, you don't want to do that. I very much
no.
approve of the way StreamYard does it, that the owner or moderator has to approve it. Because I was told that somebody had taken my name and avatar and entered a stream and was trying to post porn. So it's a good thing that the moderator got to see the pictures before they went public.
Okay, then.
Well, there's a difference in situations there.
On the other hand, sometimes timing matters,
Yeah.
I'm also with Ox. The good video stores were the ones that had a back room that said adults only.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Empire didn't actually have a back room. What it had was binders. And all those binders had, like those plastic sleeves with
Right.
the porn video covers, like mashed, basically,
Okay.
unfolded.
Yeah, that
And
makes
then
sense.
there were little tags that you could take out of those, and you had to bring those up to the front, and we'd get the porn for you. There was this one dude who had like a notebook full of all of the titles he wanted, and he'd come up to us and ask for them by like SKU number.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the guy was a connoisseur, I guess.
Yeah,
I
he
don't
made
know.
a cheat sheet of his favorites.
It was always considered like, the bum job to have to restock all the porn. Like nobody wanted to do it, It was like being the drink bitch at a party kind of thing. So it was just one of those bits of
Diana,
Yeah.
check the private chat. I had a question that I had to pass to you.
Okay, wait a minute. I have to find the private chat. I found it. I'm not sure what those would be.
One of the things that Empire Video had that was great, and I'm sure a lot of video stores had free popcorn, but it was like you rent a video, we scoop some popcorn into one of those little, rectangular boxes and hand it off to you. It was one of those little gimmicky things. And of course, we as employees, all you could eat, as much popcorn as you wanted.
Yeah, got those. Yep.
Oh, okay. She was asking because it said the packages were delivered, but she hadn't heard anything.
Yeah, they actually got here while I was in hospital.
Glad they didn't get stolen.
Yeah.
That's what we were concerned with, was that the packages would walk away before you got home.
Yeah, there's a lot that happened here while I was in hospital. That was an interesting month. Because I was in, then I was out. 2 days later, I went back in. And then I just got out over the weekend.
Well, I'm glad you got out.
I think I know what you did wrong. Because you were in, and then you were out, and then you were in, but you didn't shake it all about.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
That's got to be it.
What if the hokey pokey is what it's all about?
Yeah, I don't know, man. The whole thing is, it was not a vacation. Definitely not. Those people are not the friendliest I've ever known.
Well, like I was saying earlier, you just need to stop being old.
I could die. Might not be a bad idea.
Well, I mean, it's better to keep having birthdays than to stop having birthdays. I'm just saying. I'm just throwing that out there.
Growing old sucks, but it is better than the alternative.
Yeah. I
I
still
don't
want to know
know.
when the hell I surrounded myself with freaking grown-ups, though. When did that happen? Like, seriously, no, actually, like, it does bother me a little bit because all of my friends have, like, families and, little kids and all this stuff and freaking mortgages and all that crap. And I'm like, you poor suckers. But it also means that all the people that I can play with in, like, Dungeons and Dragons and video games kind of ways now are now like it's borderline a crime to hang out with those people now. It's not fair that so many things are age gated, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Now, see, I don't run into that because, things like, my favorite gaming convention, Con of the North, is all volunteer run. And it's been going for 30 years now. So what has happened is it's now being run by the kids of the people who founded it. It's just being passed on to the next generation.
Well, I'm searching around here for a tabletop game and not finding.
Yeah, I still need to find a group of people to play Pandemic, but I still wasn't sure whether or not it was safe to go back to gaming conventions yet. Having a couple hundred people crowded into a hotel conference room.
Yeah, imagine.
I don't know if
version
it'll
of
ever be.
Pandemic, this isn't as fun.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that where we are is about as good as it's ever going to get, and I'm not sure if that's okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I have a Dungeons and Dragons Discord.
I can't do Discord. I don't know what the hell it is about Discord, but I can't fucking do it.
It's
I've
because-
tried and tried and tried. It's just it lives up to its name. It is so discordant.
Well, see, mine is pretty simple. It's not that hard to use at all. A lot of Discords have 900 fucking rooms, and go here. No, mine has like maybe 10.
Right.
That's still a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but the problem
I mean,
with Discord is even if each person only had one room, you still have to individually go to each person on your list. You can't like see a conversation that all the people are participating in.
Well, that and like it's impossible to know whether or not there's something to know. But like if somebody has an event or something, it's like everything's binging and pinging at you, and it's impossible to tell from where. And
Yep.
it's just like it's
Oh
know?
yeah, I've had to completely shut off notifications on Discord because just having it on, it's constantly making noises, and I have no idea what it's trying to call my attention to.
Yeah, I just can't with that.
Yeah, it's just a constant distraction without giving any information.
Now, I don't know how much of this is autism and how much of it is just Discord sucks, but one way or another, I don't want to be on Discord.
Yeah, same. I would not be on Discord except that there are a number of people who are not on Twitter, so I have to get on Discord to pass them the links. But about the only reason I ever get on Discord is to get the links when I'm going to be on the Shills shows.
Yeah, I meant to tell you this earlier, Purple. I'm sorry I missed your link earlier. I was out doing adult shit in the real world, and then I came home and took a nap.
Whole thing.
No, that's
Yeah.
fine. I send the links out to whoever I remember to. I don't always remember to give them to everybody.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. And
You
I
know,
mean,
yeah.
you probably don't want to be on my D&D Discord anyway, because I have a tendency to kill you if you do something stupid.
Oh, well, I do
Well,
something
no.
stupid all the time.
Okay, if you do something stupid, I feel you deserve it. That's when I ran role-playing campaigns, I would try to avoid killing the players. But I did have one guy who continually did things so blatantly stupid that I felt it's like kind of like, okay, that's your third time this session that you should have died. I'm not going to keep doing this for you.
Well, yeah, I'm like that too. I as a dungeon master, if you're like level 1, level 2, I'm not going to be like, hey, and there's Tiamat.
Wow.
You're all going to die. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's more like this one guy had a habit of doing things that anyone in the group could immediately see which should make his own weapon blow up in his face.
Oh.
Right.
Add in the squirrel army.
The squirrel army?
Yeah, something I thought of. Early in the campaign, you have a choice of swerving and missing a squirrel or hitting it. By the end of the campaign, in the army of scrolls shows up either to save you or make your life a living hell.
Okay, I like it.
Oh, that's kind of like in Ocarina of Time. If you beat up on a chicken, like all the chickens show up and kill your ass.
Yeah, something along those lines.
No.
So you
There's
swerve and-
actually like an old sort of choose your own adventure type of thing, although not under that exact brand name, called the Badlands of Hark. The whole thing is like you go to an alien planet and you're exploring around. Well, if you don't pick up this thing called a glamp and let it bite you, you won't have the anti-venom against the big bad thing that's going to try to kill you. So you have to have a misadventure right at the start to be able to win.
I haven't actually done any role playing in literally a couple of decades, but I had what I thought was a great concept for one. That you're not the hero, you're not even the big villain. You're just one of the massive nameless henchmen that they send out every week in a futile attempt to stop the heroes. But the idea is that you're trying to accumulate enough power and weapons so that you can take out the main villain and take over the evil organization. The problem is all of the players have that same objective. So you've got to be able to make alliances and know the most opportune time to stab someone in the back.
Sounds a little bit like Paranoia.
I haven't played that.
Fun game. It's similar concept, but instead of like a fantasy setting, picture something a little more like futuristic dystopian corridors, THX 1138 type of stuff. So all the players are what's known as troubleshooters. You go out and shoot trouble. You find trouble and shoot it. And so then it's like, this whole thing where, it's very tongue-in-cheek, but you're all sent on missions and you kind of end up screwing each other over a lot. But it's a different setting, but similar idea.
Mm-hmm.
There's another one you can add in, the magical little cow patty.
What?
Back when I played RuneScape, we had this little joke. Somebody of a secret quest in the game, where you had to go out to where the cows roam and light a cow patty on fire to gain some magical ability.
Uh-huh.
We had people running around in the cow fields in the game and looking for this magical cow patty.
Yeah, how did you tell which was the right one?
There were no cow patties. It didn't exist.
That's sort of like telling someone to go out and find a left-handed monkey wrench.
Yeah, kinda.
All right. Let's see.
There are no left-handed monkey wrenches?
All monkey wrenches are exactly
what-
the same. There's no
Well,
need to have
then
a
what do the
left-handed-
left-handed monkeys use?
They use monkey wrenches.
Going out and finding blinker fluid.
Yeah,
Okay,
can
I have-
you recharge this glow stick? We did that in the Army all the time. That was funny shit.
See, the thing is, like, if someone ever sends me out to go get a left-handed monkey wrench, I'm just gonna come back with a monkey wrench and say, "Here," because it's like I wish I could remember the exact quote, but there was something about like, don't fear the person who gets sent out or who sends you out on an impossible mission. Fear the person who comes back succeeding or something. I don't know. It was, yeah.
We'll get around to it on the second Tuesday of next week.
Well,
Well,
when I
that-
got to my duty station in the Army, and I got some rank, we'd send the noobs to go find the X-Files. They're in the basement. Go find them. They weren't in the basement.
Okay, I
Shadow,
believe
you're okay.
I believe that each person needs to take responsibility, and one day a year, everything is your fault. For me, it happens to be the 5th Friday in February.
Oh, everything's usually my.
I'm looking at GoFundMe. I'm not even sure if I can do this.
I
don't have-
never been at fault for anything ever.
I don't have a checking account.
Oh my.
Someone might be able to set it up for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might need a friend to set it up for you then. And to
I
send you the
don't
money
have
when
any
it's done.
friends here.
We're here.
Well,
You
I
have
know it's
plenty
just a matter.
Yeah, you have plenty of friends in the community.
Just so frustrating.
Maybe we can speak to Beck. He knows how to set this stuff up.
Yeah, Beck is the one who ran the one for my van.
I don't know Beck.
You should. Beck's cool.
I was going to say, it probably doesn't matter. He'll help you anyway. He's just that kind of person.
Yeah.
Oh, if I could circle back to the whole video store thing for a minute. when I was underage, I was like 15, 16. I rented every horror movie that they had in the store. I've seen all 5 Faces of Death. I don't know if they came out with a 6th. This is VHS days, so you know.
Sure.
And then once I got over the age of 18, then I discovered the back room.
Sure.
But you know, I was mostly a horror guy. I've seen almost every horror movie ever.
Well, for me, it was science fiction, and of course, still is.
Science fiction and horror.
You
Back
know,
in the days of
I mean,
VHS.
horror is okay, but I don't know. I don't know. It's a once in a while thing for me.
Well, I mean, I've seen them good, mediocre, bad, all those horror movies. And then, I kind of went into science fiction. Have you seen Battle Beyond the Stars?
Oh, many
Yes.
times. Many,
Yes,
many,
I love
many
that one
times.
actually.
I think it's great too. The spaceship has tits. I'm just saying, it does.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, not only does it have tits, the spaceship is shaped like an ovary.
Yep.
It
Yeah,
is
that's
definitely
yeah.
it is definitely a female reproductive system that was modeled on.
It's a very odd looking ship, it's true. And of course,
And
they
then-
reused like most of that footage for the movie Space Raiders.
Yeah, I haven't
they?
seen the Space Raiders.
Yeah, it's, I mean, basically same company, same director, same everything, but just a different story.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Hey, as long as they
Ice
got a new
Pirates.
script, I'm in for it.
Yeah,
Ice Pirates was a good movie. I like that one.
that's a good one. I
Space
actually
Harpies.
watched that again recently.
Ice
Here's a
Pirates
question.
sounds like it should be a Lego theme.
Yeah, it does.
Can they put the money into like a prepaid credit card that has a bank account, a routing number and a checking account number? Can they
I think
deposit
as
it
long
into
as
that?
you've got a routing number for it, it
Okay.
should work.
Then I might be able to do this. I hope it works.
Um,
I got it set up, but I don't know.
yeah,
If it's
if
going
it
to work.
doesn't work, you can get a friend to set it up for you, and then they can, just have the money put like on a prepaid debit card and send it to you.
Okay. Well, I've got it set up. I don't know if it's going to work.
Well, put a link in the private chat and I can try it.
Okay, hold on. Get to the right. There. Oh, that's a huge link.
Mm. Yeah.
Okay,
Looks like
just
it's all set up.
Hmm?
Looks like your
Yeah.
GoFundMe's all set up.
Looks like it. I don't know what
Yep.
to do with it now.
Okay. Well, I see Shadow's picture. Okay. I know it's hard to ask for the money,
Mhm.
but make sure you're asking for enough. And if there's any question, it's better to set it a little bit higher. It's
Well, I
better to ask for $200 more than you think you'll need.
Well, the home repair, when I had the estimate done, it was $960 and it's like $250 to send Shadow off. So I said $1,300. If it goes
Yeah.
above it, that would be great. But
Well, that's what
I-
I was seeing, and I was thinking that
I don't know how to raise it now that it's up there.
Oh, okay. Well, once it's
I
up
don't know
there,
how to-
you log into it,
Okay.
and somewhere there should be a thing about
Edit
manage your
settings.
fundraiser.
Okay, let's try. We'll go there. That should do.
Yeah, I
If it
don't
goes
I
above
don't
it.
have an active one right now, so I can't
There.
really step through it.
There. That'll work. My poor puppy.
Yeah. It is so sad, but yeah, if it's his time, you have to let him go.
Well,
It's always so hard to do.
he's gotten to the point where he's constantly whining.
Yeah,
So
that's
he's
the
hurting.
thing.
Yeah.
If he's in pain all the time and he can't like play and do the things he enjoyed doing,
he
it's
hasn't
time to let
played
go.
for almost a year.
And just
Yeah.
give him just spoil him rotten with whatever favorite treats he has. until-
Yep.
Hmm.
Oh, I feel that. Um, I had a rescue Dachshund, long haired,
Mhm.
and he was fine,
Yeah.
but he was older than they told me he
Right.
was.
Right. Well,
And
I've had Shadow since he was 8 weeks old.
oh, okay.
And what'd you say now? He's 14?
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured Pepper was about 15 when he went blind, and 16 he had a stroke.
Right. Well, he hasn't gotten to where he's blind, but he's not responding as much when we call him. So I'm thinking he's going deaf. But he's having problems standing. He can get his front end up, but he has a lot of difficulty getting his back end up. So he's gotten to the point where he's just getting too old to get around.
Well, I understand that. After Pepper went blind and was still able to get in and out of the house, he would go sit outside and look at the sun,
Mm-hmm.
which was really weird because that's probably the only thing he could see.
Mm-hmm.
And after he had a stroke, he would not come out of his room. He had his own room. His right front paw curled up. That's how I knew he had it. Because
Yeah.
people will get like that. So,
Right.
and then
Well-
he lived about. Lived for about. Well, he died right after Thanksgiving, I think, 2 years ago.
Right. Well, Shadow doesn't whine constantly, but he gets these periods where he's just whining. So you go
Mhm.
pet him and you scratch his belly and you scratch his back and he'll stop for a few hours and then he'll start again. So, but you can see that he's in pain because of the way he's moving. He doesn't run anymore. He doesn't wag his tail much anymore. So.
Yeah, I had a cat I had to put down. She started becoming incontinent.
Mm.
Well, what breed is it?
He's a German Shepherd Labrador mix.
Oh, okay. Well, it could
he-
be arthritis. It could be arthritis in his joints that's bothering.
Well, I know, but he's not doing well, and unfortunately, I don't have the money for painkillers for him. I don't have the money to take him to the vet to find out exactly what's going on with him. I can't get him in a car. He won't climb into a car. He refuses to do it. It hurts him
Right.
too much. So
I
the
get it.
vets have a home visit thing where they will come in and they will do what needs to be done to put him to sleep here in the house, and then they'll take him. And they'll even give us his ashes if we. So
Oh, sure.
yeah, so it's not something you see most vets do, but being as this is a area where there's a lot of retirement people there, they provide a little extra because people and their pets,
Oh, sure.
So
Well, I thought Pepper was going to be all right after he had his stroke because he still kept eating. But once
Yeah.
he stopped eating for
Yeah.
like a week and a half, and then after
Yeah.
that he died.
Oh, yeah.
well, Shadow's not eating as much as he normally does, so that's a big sign that he's
It is
not.
becoming more common for vets to come and do it in the home
Right.
'cause they realize it's much better for the animal for it to be in familiar surroundings.
Right. Well, and the way they do it is they give them a medicine that makes them fall asleep. And then once they're asleep, they euthanize them.
Well, I mean, I went into Pepper's room one day after he quit. He wouldn't eat. I
Right.
mean, and I fed him tuna and chicken and ham and, and he
Yeah.
gobbled that shit up before he got as sick as he did. And then I
Right.
went in there one day and he was gone. It
Well,
was just,
I can't see with the way he's whining of letting him continue like this.
oh, well, fair enough. I mean, Pepper never whined, though. Even
Right.
after he had the stroke, he never whined.
Right. Well, Shadows, he's a barky dog. He likes to bark. But he's not barking anymore. He would whine when he wanted out, and he would whine when he wanted food. He'd come up and let you know. But this is not that. He's not coming up to us. He's just laying down and whining.
Well, so was Pepper. Pepper was a barky dog. Somebody pulled
Right.
in the driveway, he was like the doorbell. He'd run to the
Right.
door.
Hmm.
And
Okay.
he'd sound like a Rottweiler. He was like a teeny little dog, but he had a big bark.
Yeah.
And he scared the UPS guy off one day. The UPS guy dropped the package and took off. He was running back to his truck.
Yeah. Well, Shadow has a loud bark. He sounds like when he was bark, he sounds like he's getting ready to rip your arm off.
Yeah, so would Pepper. Yeah.
So, but he's not doing that anymore.
Okay.
So,
I sent it out on Twitter.
thank you.
Oh, and Lavender, I don't use Twatter.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, I just can't stand it. I used it for about 5 minutes and I was like, no, I'm out.
Sounds like me in Discord.
About the same, yeah.
A couple of months ago, I got the anniversary notice that I am on and I have been on Twitter for 4 years, and I still have not forgiven the people who got me there.
I can
Yeah,
see
I know that feeling.
You know, it is in the category of a necessary evil to keep touch with certain people in the community.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's actually kind of how I feel about Facebook right now. Believe it or not, I used to prefer Facebook to Twitter. I don't know what changed exactly.
Oh, they've changed the whole layout of the site
They,
and all that really good
No,
shit.
I mean, with me, I don't know what changed for me.
They will ban you for anything.
Oh, well, yeah, okay, that's a good point. Yeah, Facebook is pretty easy with the ban hammer.
Yeah, I know that happened to you a couple of times over there.
Way too many times. It was so much bullshit, too. Like, if you try to protest, if you try to appeal one of their decisions, you don't even get to explain. You just click, I'd like to appeal this. You don't get to say why you think they're in error.
Yeah.
And I'm fond of telling that one story where they ultimately said, yeah, okay, you're right, we got this one wrong, but you're still banned for a month. Like they reversed their decision. They said, you're right, this is not against community standards, but we're not lifting the ban.
Did you go outside, buddy?
Oh, and then there was that one time when I was at band camp, when I was in like a thread about dating. And I said verbatim, the problem is that boys are icky and girls are psycho. This got labeled as hate speech by Facebook.
This is why I only use Facebook to keep up with my family members and my old friends from high school.
Mm-hmm.
I actually wanted to get onto Facebook to delete my stuff there. And since I had not been active on there for so long, they considered it suspicious activity and want me to go through this verification process of sending them a picture.
Oh.
But I never put a picture there in the first place. So if I sent them a picture, they've got nothing to compare it to anyway. So I can't get back on there even to delete my own information.
I'm surprised I haven't had trouble for having an image of Santa taking a shit on Jesus.
Now, why on earth would anyone be in trouble for a wholesome image like that?
Oh, shit.
Is everybody ready for the war on Christmas this year?
Oh,
Mm.
yeah.
War on Christmas. Okay.
I'm surprised the war on Halloween. Yeah, I'm surprised the war on Halloween hasn't started yet.
Oh, it has.
What is the
Yeah.
war on Halloween? What is this? This is something I haven't heard of.
Funny.
Basically, just the evangelicals saying that
Oh,
Halloween is all demonic and that you're inviting demons in if you celebrate it.
bullshit.
But that's half the fun.
Yeah.
Well,
know,
of
I
course
sit
you're
down and have-
inviting the demons in. You know, have you ever looked at things between
Wait.
Jesus and Satan? Satan throws much better parties.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. Hell is where you'll find everybody who knows how to have a good time.
Hell
it's
is
got
where you will
great
find
music.
virtually every musician ever.
Yeah, it's got great music and great barbecue. So
Mm.
You know?
Well, except that you are the barbecue, but outside of that.
well, you know, give and take.
I don't know. I don't even know if I'd be that opposed to that because supposedly if they burn off your flesh, it grows back again. So, like, yeah.
Yeah, I've heard
You know.
human taste like pigs. So you know,
Yeah, I've heard that too. I don't know if it's true.
Yes, they.
But,
do
you
taste
know,
like bacon.
along similar lines, I just started watching that Netflix series about Jeffrey Dahmer.
oh yeah, I heard about that.
Mm.
It's interesting, I guess. It's very creepy.
Oh, I'm sure.
I should hope so.
Well, but I mean, it's creepy. I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yep.
Jeffrey Dahmer was a weirdo.
Well, yeah.
Who was it that made lampshades and couch covers out of human skin? That was Ed Gein.
Okay.
That dude's fucking creepy. I dated a girl who said a lot about serial killers.
Yeah, there was another one who did things like that, and he had made an entire belt just out of women's nipples.
Oy.
Ugh.
Now, I'm going to say that's just not right.
Yeah.
Not,
yeah.
definitely not right.
You know,
Again.
I don't have anything against cannibalism per se, but the questions of how you obtain the meat, that gets into some issues.
Yeah, consent is not something you often find in these situations.
Yeah, well, you know, it's more a question of, you know, did it die of an accident or natural causes, or did you somehow cause the accident?
Now, I have asked myself the question, if someone presented me with vat grown human meat, like cloned meat, would I eat it? And I honestly can say I have no idea.
Oh wow! Found a picture of that nipple belt.
You really didn't have to.
Yeah, that was
you,
not
you
necessary.
could have let that one lie for a long time, never
Yeah.
to be seen.
Now, you know, personally, if after I die, if they wanted to barbecue me and everybody have a feast, I'd be okay with that. I think it's better than just, you know, embalming it and letting all the material go to waste.
Well,
I'd rather stuff be returned to the system.
yeah, I mean, that's actually what I want. Like they have those things where they mulch you and plant you.
Yeah,
You fertilize something. I want to do that. One of those green burials.
yeah, just this year, just over the summer, Minnesota law has finally approved tree farming, which is basically that they just put you in a burlap bag and they bury you with a sapling on top.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I was
That's-
just thinking. Yeah.
Yep.
That's what I would like.
Yep, that's the kind of thing I've always said I wanted because, then as my body decays, I will literally become the tree.
Yep.
I will live for 1,000 years. Oh, wow. That was Gandalf, wasn't it?
I just want mine to be a pine tree. That's all.
Why?
Just special connections I have with pine trees. A lot of them go back to connections with my grandparents' property in Michigan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and they're evergreens too.
Yeah, it's something I identify a lot with my grandfather, and I consider I got a lot of my stuff from him. My family doesn't like me to say it, but I really feel my grandfather was pagan. He just didn't know it.
Hmm.
Because it's like, yeah, he belonged to a church because everybody did. But when he really needed to pray, he went out and sat on a hollow log in the woods. That was his church.
So you didn't pray to Joe Pesci then?
No, actually, the spot where he prayed, the hollow log, one summer a family of otters had their pups in there. So
Huh.
I always referred to that as the Otter Church.
So he was a druid. Is basically what you're
Yeah, something along those lines.
Fair.
Just, communing with the trees and all the various things in the forest. That's what he believed in, and that's what was his spirituality.
It does sound a little pagan.
I'm sure he would have approved of my pagan endeavors.
Hmm.
And ironically, it also seems that's where I got most of my genetics from.
Oh.
Everyone in the family has said more than anything that I'm really my mom's father, except that I'm about 6 inches taller. And most of that's accounted for just by the fact of having better nutrition when I was a kid.
I see.
And hey, I'm good with that too. He lived to be 90 something. My mom's 94 now. And this is why I'm feeling that I have a better than average chance of beating 100, aside from the damage that COVID did.
Hmm.
Yeah, they finally took an x-ray and determined that COVID has left me with some permanent scarring of my lungs and some collapsed sections in my lungs.
Wonder how you figure that one out. Like, I mean, like enough to suspect and go to your doctor and say, "Hey, doc, can you check on this for me?"
Well, I was suspecting it because I used to be very physically active, and I just found that I was getting winded far easier than I did just a year before.
Okay.
So I was just feeling that I didn't have the breathing capacity. That relatively simple things like climbing a flight of stairs were getting me winded. And I used to be able to walk 5 miles and not think much of it. So that's why I talked to the doctor about it and why he ordered the test. And the test came back that, yeah, you definitely don't have the lung capacity you used to have.
The last time I had to walk 5 miles, I was in basic training, and that shit sucked.
Oh, I won't say I ever enjoyed it. I was in positions where I had to do it enough times, and I just did it. I didn't think about it.
What's the old saying? Do or do not. There is no try. Oh, there's one for you, Bionic.
What's that?
Do or do not. There is no try.
Yeah,
that's
Yoda.
Yoda.
What?
But the part of that Yoda is missing is he's offering the option. So what if I just do not? What if I
Yeah.
just decide it isn't worth the effort?
Well, if I've got to go out and rebuild a barbed wire fence, if I don't do it, I don't get paid. So there's that.
Yes, but what you forgot was only a Sith deals in absolutes.
Yeah. Oh, whoops.
Yeah.
Obi-Wan, that
I
great.
honestly, I don't know any Star Wars outside of the original trilogy.
Yeah.
I saw the first prequel, and I haven't really followed anything after that.
You're
Well,
not
the best
missing
part
anything
of
with
or,
the sequels.
the best part of the Phantom Menace is Darth Maul.
Although somebody has to give me an answer to one thing.
What's that?
Why do they call him Solo if he never works alone?
They actually answered that in his a solo movie,
Oh, did they?
and it's not really worth answering.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, I enjoy the prequels more than most people do, although I think we can all universally agree that Jar Jar is terrible. But anything after those, like anything made by Disney, you can just ignore it. Not worth it. Forget about it.
No.
Don't bother.
There were
Maybe the
things
exception
that
of the
were made.
Mandalorian.
There were things that were made decades back that people want to forget about, like the Star Wars Holiday Special.
Nah.
That shit funny. I
And,
watched that.
And why is it that nobody remembers the comic book series back in the 80s when Han Solo was teamed up with the 7-foot Green Rabbit?
I got that
Must have
comic
missed
book.
that one.
I have
I've
been
got
hearing.
that book.
I have been hearing about this Andor that they did recently. From what I'm hearing, is it was very boring. It took a while. Apparently, it was good otherwise, but they took out all the fun of Star Wars and replaced it with a sort of a gritty noir.
Ugh,
And,
see, that's what I don't like. That's
I've-
what. Ugh.
I've heard it compared to Blade Runner.
I had heard that they did something with the Ewoks. I haven't heard anyone who's actually seen it.
Which one?
That they just did some new thing with the Ewoks.
Oh, I haven't.
I haven't heard anything about them doing new things with Ewoks.
Well, I thought that's what you were talking about Endor.
No, it's Andor,
Oh, okay.
not Andor. Andor.
Okay. I misheard you there. Oh, yeah, back on. Ah, crap. It's 10
Everywhere.
o'clock.
It's
It's 10 o'clock, and last night I
Yeah.
had an excuse for not loading the van. I don't really have an excuse for why it didn't get done today.
it's getting close to Betty Bye time because tomorrow's a dialysis day,
Mm.
and that means I'm
Oh,
going
fair
to have to be up before the sun.
Yep.
I still haven't
and,
had dinner yet.
Oh my! Oh my! Oh my!
That's okay. I think I ate for you. I don't know what's
Well done.
happened, but ever since I left Thursday, it's like I can't stop eating. I've literally eaten like 3 times what I normally should have, and I'm still hungry.
I get that.
I know
sometimes.
that
It's a real
feeling.
pain.
But like I say, that started on the trip last Thursday, so it's been going for a solid week now. That every day I'm eating like 3 times what I normally eat. Okay, I know that some of that got burned off just from the anxiety of dealing with my eldest brother.
I guess.
Well,
that
I
would
also
do it
know that just
from-
because of that situation with the stress and anxiety, I was ticking at a phenomenally high rate. And I had read many years ago about a study that said that people who fidget could burn off like an extra 700 calories a day just with the mindless fidgeting. And
Mhm.
I figure the Tourette's tics are probably about equal to that. So I probably get, 500 to 1,000 calories a day when I'm ticking that bad.
Well, sometimes after I have an allergy attack, I'll be hungry all the time. And sometimes after I have an allergy attack, I won't be hungry at all. I have to make myself.
Yep.
So it's weird.
Oh, yeah. So I already had dinner about, when this started. And I'm feeling like I need to go and have dinner again.
I know I lost a kilo in hospital, which at my weight is significant.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. If I can stay low for a while, that would be all right.
Yeah, I have been slowly but steadily losing weight ever since I moved. Which, like I say, just attests to how crappy the diet was when I lived in Michigan. That basically here I finally have access to good produce.
I have to admit, I've been getting more fruit into me ever since I moved to Vermont.
I'm back
I've
eating
missed
lots
it.
and lots of salads.
A lot
No,
of
maybe-
grapes.
Grapes is good. Grapes is yummy and tasty.
Oh, I
like
have a
the
great
green
vine.
grapes. For some reason, I only like the green ones. I don't know why I don't care for the other ones.
Those are sour as fuck.
That's another thing I've noticed since I moved, that my taste for sweets has really gone down. I don't know if that's because of the move or if that's just since I started the hormone treatments or what, but I used to have a real sweet tooth and eat, candy and especially chocolate all the time. And now I just don't have much interest in it.
Well, I have a grapevine behind my house, and I also have a green apple tree behind my house. I do not eat the green apples. I throw them to the cows. They love them, but I wait until the grapes actually get ripe and are not green. And I have a peach tree in front of my house, and those, once they get ripe, I'll eat them.
What, honey?
She's like, you were missing for so much. You need to cuddle me more. I'm sure she was scared out of her wits when you were gone for several days.
Not sure she can hear you right now.
Yeah. Well, like I say, Sammy's all over me because we left him alone for 5 days. Not actually alone. I took him upstairs and he stayed with Petunia. And Donna's friend came in and, checked on him to make sure they had food and water.
Oh,
Careful there.
That sounded a little smashy.
I was supposed to be doing some research for projects today. That didn't get done either. If I don't get my research done, I'll never get beyond the concept stage in my projects.
What are you researching?
Oh, a half dozen different things. At the moment, I was considering the idea of building an electric bike because buying one is ridiculously expensive. And I was wondering if I can build one that runs off of the power tool batteries I already have. Because lately, since I've been pushed into an early retirement, my power tools aren't getting a lot of use. And I've got a 6-pack charger full of batteries all the time.
Well, it's possible. I mean,
I've seen videos on YouTube of people who have done it. And usually their main complaint is that, the limited range, that they run out too fast. But Like I say, for me here, everywhere I go is like within 5 miles of home. So if the thing just has a range of 12 to 15 miles, that's enough for me to go do my shopping and get home. You know, I mean, if I can get something that'll run at about 25, 30 miles an hour and have a 15-mile range, I'd be happy with it. So I got some other projects related to that, and just a bunch of little electronics I want to build that I understand the basic theory of how to build them, but I need to learn how to calculate the correct values for the components.
I had a friend who was an electrician, and he said, as long as you don't electrocute yourself, you're doing okay.
Pasha. I've lost count of how many times I've zapped myself doing household wiring.
He was an industrial electrician. He worked like a big company.
I've done some of that too. I've been zapped by up to 480 volts.
And you're not an X-Man yet? What is going on?
Yeah, that was a warehouse forklift charger that they told me that they had shut off the power, but apparently they had pulled the wrong breaker.
Oh, he also told me if you're ever working on some kind of electric, make sure it's unplugged.
Yeah, you know, I look back over my career, my 40 years with doing home repairs and such, and I often wonder why I'm still alive. You know, getting electrocuted, falling off roofs, you know, these sort of things happen, you know, basically almost once a year. I had something that should have killed me.
Oh, it just recharged you. That's your mutant power.
Yeah, and surprisingly, you know, I've hardly broken any bones. Even broken bones have been extremely rare. I've never had one that was a bad enough break to need a cast.
Don't say that too loud.
Well, you know, I probably should have had a cast that time. I broke my right wrist in 3 places, but the X-ray techs didn't find it until my follow-up visit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that sucks.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, that's why in the theater they always say break a leg. Because
I
every
thought it was
production
because you're
needs a
going to be
good
in the
cast.
cast. Yeah, yeah.
It's supposed to be good luck.
Yep. Yeah, back. And I have a kitty who's getting increasingly squirrely because he feels he has been ignored for too long. And I can't reach the crinkly tube of poking.
Well,
He thinks the crinkly tube of poking is the bestest thing humans ever made.
Well, I'm just saying, I as a kid, I said I've never broke a bone, and then I ended up breaking my arm badly.
Well,
So
when I was with my brothers this weekend, my brother did have to ask me for plumbing advice, and I wound up having to bring the new toilet down the basement because I was reminded that I was the only one that still had both of my original knees.
Huh.
In fact, I think I am the only member of my immediate family who does not have something that was replaced with plastic or steel by now.
out.
You know, everybody else has at least a pin in a joint or an artificial knee or something.
That's the
Okay,
one
I'm
thing I
getting kind of hungry here. I think I'm gonna vamoose.
Yeah, I'm getting kind of sleepy. I
Okay.
think I'm gonna go blow this pop scan myself.
Yep.
I'll
It
tell
would
you
be
Okay.
what.
good if you get some good sleep.
To any and all who are out there, thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.
Catch
See
you
you
Good
later.
night,
guys.
y'all.
Take care.
Later.
Good night, panel.
Bye bye, guys.
Thanks
Tornado
for
says
having me up.
bye.
Good night, drywall.
Where the hell is my cursor? I need to find my cursor.
Do what you got to do. Thanks for having me up. I appreciate it.
Bye, guys.
Tis the pleasure.
Yep.
Take care,
Bye-bye.
Diana.
Take care, honey.
Tornado says take care, and he says bye.
Yeah.